Καλημέρα σας και καλώς ορίσατε. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 13th Athens Democracy Forum, right here at the Athens Conservatoire, or Odeon as we say in Greek, which is right next to Aristotle's Lyceum, so we hope that he's listening to us as we're gathering. I have a confession to make. I haven't prepared any notes. I haven't even made any mental notes. That's probably because Kim Conniff-Tabor is here, our multi-talented editorial director for the Democracy and Culture Foundation. But the other reason is because I want to talk a little bit about you. Agila, can you please turn on the lights? I want to see you because we can't see anything great. Well, you're a great crowd, and I want to thank you all for being here. You know, when we started Athens Democracy Forum 13 years ago at the Stoa Fatalos, it was a 2-hour event. And 13 years later, the audience is much more seasoned than what it was when it started. 6 years ago, as most of you know, we turned into a foundation, the Democracy and Culture Foundation, after 6 years of doing Athens Democracy Forum at the New York Times. As a foundation, we have partnered with a lot of other foundations, and I see, that's why I wanted the lights on, I see a lot of you, new people in the audience, foundations. The role of civil society is crucial in these tumultuous times that we live in, with policymakers and academics and youth in particular. That's the other big component of our audience. I think, I think about 25% of our audience, of our registrants, are below the age of 30. We have 50, 60 teenagers, ages 14 to 17. We need to be hearing your voices. So the rest of us will definitely hear you, but please, the youth, we need your voices as we try to decide what are the new visions for the hard realities that our world is facing. This is the theme that Kim has crafted a wonderful program around, and I will ask you to just run us through what you were thinking while you were putting the program together and what is the result.
Thank you, Achilles, and I do have notes. I can't speak off the cuff as much as Achilles can, but it's wonderful to see you all here this morning. So many familiar faces, friendly faces. It's great to be here with you again in Athens. I'm editorial director, as Achilles said, and I want us to take a little trip back in time, long time ago, to last October, 2024. Kind of a different world, some might say. Not very long ago, but in some ways it seems like a really bygone era. Trump hadn't been reelected yet, and I don't think many of us imagined how much the world order would be scrambled, how profoundly some key assumptions would be turned upside down. At the same time, when I look back, many of the same issues that I heard when I talked to my journalist colleagues, when I started to think about, okay, what's the program going to be for next year? Because we do start thinking about it immediately afterwards. And when I started talking to our civil society partners, our board members, some of the same issues were already present, of course. Cybersecurity threats, diplomacy in times of conflict, youth, the appeal of populism, the desire to throw out old systems and start from scratch with the health of the planet in mind. So this program has been endlessly revised and adapted based on current events, but it also remains true to some of the core journalistic questions that always underpin the Athens Democracy Forum. What are the threats to democracy, and how do we counter them? How is democracy evolving to meet this moment? Is this a pivotal point in history, or is this just the pendulum swinging one way? Then maybe it's going to swing the other way, and then maybe eventually it'll kind of land somewhere in the middle at some sort of resting point. These are the questions that we're going to continue to consider over the next few days, helped out by our fantastic lineup of speakers and moderators. I do say so myself. Stephen Erlanger, Liz Alderman, Jyoti Totem, Farah Nayeri, Stephen Dunbar Johnson. These are all the New York Times moderators. And then we have some help from our friends, Lisa Witter, Niels Gilman, and many others who are here as facilitators and moderators helping us out. So this morning's discussion is just to run through a little bit of the things that we're going to cover this morning. We're talking about populism and cybersecurity, as I mentioned, algorithms and autocrats. That'll be punctuated by some great tools for democracy and bright ideas sessions that should give you some practical ideas, we hope, that you can bring back home to your own projects and your own communities. And I also just want to make a little plug for the lunchtime symposiums that are not to be missed. We work closely with our partners to curate stimulating sessions, this time on academic freedom, multilateralism, information integrity. And we'll end with a conversation between two big city mayors to see how they deal with these issues on a more local level, followed, of course, by our parallel workshops with our partners. I just want to take a moment before passing it back to Achilles to have a little shout out. I don't see her yet, but Louise Kim, if you're here yet. Anyway, if she's not here, somebody can tell her. Louise Kim worked closely with me all summer. She's a Harvard student, and she was my intern this summer. And a lot of what you're going to hear today and tomorrow and last night, actually, was underpinned by the research that she helped me out with. So please give a big round of applause for Louise. And Achilles, back to you to tell us a little bit more about our supporters this year. There are many of them, more than usual.
I want to say we're quite coordinated in our Democracy Blue. We didn't even plan this.
No.
I do certainly want to thank our supporters, because without them, we wouldn't be here. First and foremost, the New York Times. Please have a look today. Stephen Erlanger has done the introductory piece for the special report on the Athens Democracy Forum. And next year, we will have another next week, on Friday, the 10th, we will have another special report that will report on the outcomes of what we discuss. So what we discuss here does not just stay in this room, but it's disseminated through the New York Times, which is where we started, and we are very grateful for Stephen Dunbar Johnson, President International of the New York Times, that he's with us and on our board and always very supportive. But the main supporters, the headline supporters, we have Lumina Foundation and we have Charles Kettering Foundation that this year have joined Google, who have been supporting us from the very, very beginning 13 years ago. And our gold sponsors, joining Microsoft, we now have Global Challenges Foundation, who were here last year and hosting a multilateralism lunch, Open Society Foundations, who did a wonderful lunch yesterday, and other supporters like TikTok, McCain Institute, Arizona State University, Lodestar Foundation, Libra Philanthropies. The list, as you can see, goes on and on and on. I'm not going to read all 30 or more of these logos, but we are absolutely grateful and delighted to be working with you. And what is very important for us is that this is a long-term collaboration for the next, 30 years, 40, whatever it will be. So a big round of applause for our supporters. And a big round of applause for all of you for being here, coming from so many different parts of the world. Thank you to you, our speakers, Kim, for putting the program together, and the rest of the team.
Yes. Thank you. And now we won't make you wait any longer. We're going to go straight to our first session on rethinking populism. I know many of you have been waiting for this one, moderated by Stephen Erlanger and his esteemed panelists. So please make your way out. See you soon.
Being Ecuadorian means pride in our gastronomy and biodiversity, a friendly rivalry with Peru, a warm and welcoming spirit, and having a strong opinion about former President Rafael Correa. the past 3 elections have been decided by either supporting or rejecting correísmo. The dethroned president perpetrated his influence by weaponizing education, deepening social divides, and capturing mass media. I remember civic textbooks in public schools praising the great work of his government. Education turned into indoctrination, framing some as true citizens, others as enemies. Information is never neutral, but in a healthy democracy we must have counterweights. Instead, we've got a case of Harper syndrome, the president portraying himself as the one and only image of the state. When loyalty to the leader equals loyalty to the nation, critical thinking fades, and political devotion takes its place. Once polarization thrives, we risk retreating into a Hobbesian state of mutual distrust, where division temporarily overshadows our shared bonds.
Young people are particularly vulnerable to populism, not because they feel misrepresented, but because political candidates are tethered to social media algorithms. With print and cable TV campaigns of the past, candidates were incentivized to moderate their messages because advertisements were shown indiscriminately to all viewers. But now, social media has warped that incentive structure. Only the most captivating videos keep viewers watching, and the algorithm favors casual videos, so candidates comply, speaking as if face-to-face with the viewer. Finally, social media content appears based on a viewer's online history, so a candidate's advertisement is unlikely to reach an undecided voter, much less a hostile voter. This breeds an in-group, out-group sentiment. Moderation politics has sunk alongside print and cable TV. Social media forces candidates to create personal and extreme messages for an already isolated base. This is populism.
Populism isn't an ideology. It's a political strategy that frames society as a battle between the people and a corrupt elite. It cuts across democracies, monarchies, and authoritarian regimes, making it hard to spot and even harder to stop. By turning complex issues into us versus them, populist leaders use emotions, fear, and blame to gain power, often undermining true trust in democratic institutions. History has shown the consequences from Nazi Germany to modern leaders who erode systems while claiming to defend them. That's why recognizing populism matters. If we want to protect democracy and encourage critical thinking, we need to understand the tactics to divide and manipulate. That means questioning simple narratives, spotting biases in media, and learning the history behind these movements. Populism isn't always negative. It can give voice to real frustrations, but when it goes unchecked, it can quickly erode trust, silence opposition, and concentrate power in dangerous ways. The more we understand it, the better we can respond, not with fear, but with awareness.
I'm at the Supreme Court of the United States, the institution bolstering right-wing populism in America. Normally, populism follows the revolutionary tradition, that a discontented populace takes mass political action and creates a whole new rule of law from, quote, the will of the people. However, right-wing populism diverges from this notion because it is embedded in constitutionalism. The silent part of right-wing populism said out loud is that it uses constitutional means to gain and remain in power. We saw this come to prominence with Viktor Orban's Hungary in 2010 and in 2015 with Jarosław Kaczynski's Law and Justice Party in Poland. Now we're seeing it in America. Similar across these regimes is the reliance on the judiciary, the heart of constitutionalism, to legitimize their power. Therefore, we must pay attention to judiciaries across the globe. Recently in America, we saw the court rule in favor of the executive to reduce judicial authority and to curb due process to deport people to third-party countries. These are signs of utilizing constitutional means in the service of a right-wing populist agenda, and the judiciary is its pillar.
Argentine's President Javier Milei dissolved the Ministry of Women, described feminism as a distortion, and openly rejected gender ideology and inclusive language. His words and actions don't just stir controversy, they resonate deeply with many men who feel like their masculinity is being oppressed. This is how populist rhetoric weaponizes hegemonic masculinity to build unity by framing other groups as threats to the social order, because masculinity has traditionally been tied to work, family roles, and class systems. But major cultural and demographic shifts like feminism and immigration are destabilizing those foundations. In their narratives, populists exploit the discontent this creates, portraying men as victims of social change and fueling a masculinist backlash in response. This is how feelings of aggrieved masculinity are often used in populist discourse to fuel cultural resentment.
Social media has become the amplifier for populism, turning big challenges into viral targets of blame. Leaders simplify things like economic uncertainty, climate change, and inequality into someone to blame, and suddenly outrage spreads faster than real solutions. Younger generations live right in the middle of this online storm. We see it every day, and we know that these are problems that we will inherit. That's why it's never been important for our generation to spot when anger is being manipulated, question what we see online, and use that energy to push for real, constructive change. Populism thrives on division, but if we approach frustration with curiosity, we can turn it into action, showing that anger can build, not break, our communities.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stephen Erlanger from the New York Times, and it's a great pleasure to be here in this gorgeous place. Big improvement on last year, if any of you were here last year. The sound's supposed to be much, much better. We have a good panel whose names you can see to talk about this very fraught and I think becoming almost cliched issue of populism. What is populism? Why does it matter? The one thing I would just say at the beginning, having spent a fair amount of time covering parties like the AfD in Germany and Rassemblement in France and the Swedish Democrats and Geert Wilders and Brexit, I covered Brexit and Nigel Farage and so on, is the one thing I always try to remind people is if we have democracies, populists who vote for populist parties are voters. They have as much right to vote as anybody does, and they have the right to their opinion. And if governments are unhappy with the way they vote, they need to do more to understand why people vote the way they do. And there are all kinds of excuses people make about subversion and misinformation and social media. But in the end, it seems to me at least, and I've tried to write an essay about this, which is in the New York Times today, which many of you have. What are the discontents in our current system of democracy that leads to what you might call extremism, both on the left, let's be fair, there's Mélenchon in France, as well as on the right. So that's our theme. We're going to go in alphabetical order. I won't introduce everybody because they're up here. Marjan, sorry, off you go.
Well, thank you so much, Steve. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank the Athens Democracy Forum and especially Kim Conniff-Tabor for including me in this panel. I also want to take a moment to thank the Berggruen Institute. I've been a Berggruen Fellow for the past 3 years, and everything I've done, including my book and the organization that we launched about a year and a half ago, would not have been possible without the Berggruen Institute's support. So I want to thank them. I want to thank my fellow panelists, and it is great to be here. To the topic. So, to the topic. Well, I'm going to push back. In the description for the session, it says, how can we inoculate people against populism? And I want to push back a little bit because I'm not sure that we're asking the right question. I think that what's really important, I grew up in Iran, and populism in my household was not a negative word. I've worked, before I pivoted to doing democracy work in the United States, was working in very closed environments, including Nicaragua and Ukraine and other places, North Africa and a number of different countries. And I think that these movements are quite legitimate. And I think that the better question to ask is, what can we do as a pro-democracy coalition, a movement, to make sure that we address the grievances and the drivers of these populist movements in a way that inoculates them against authoritarianism? So I think that's the better question to ask. And In that context, one of the areas that we do quite a bit of work at FIDE North America is around voice. And we just, earlier this week, we published a report called Voice and Security, because one of the things that we find is that Americans, certainly across the US, are looking for meaningful platforms to be able to provide input. And they don't feel that. Now, when we talk about voice and security, we're not talking about people not being able to speak to their friends, to their neighbors, to write an article, to read an article. It's really about that connection between them and the government and feeling like they have input in government decision-making. And so we draw parallels with food insecurity, and I encourage you to take a look at the book. I have some 2-pagers that I'm happy to share with you afterwards. And that kind of in combination with some data that was released by the OECD last year in Drivers for Trust, which shows that there is a huge discrepancy between individuals across OECD countries that feel that they have low confidence in their ability to have input in local government decision-making and high confidence. There's about a 47-point difference between 20-some% low confidence and low trust and 60-some%. So, and we, in the work that we do with citizens' assemblies, time and time again hear from people who are involved in citizens' assemblies how meaningful it is for them to be able to provide input. And why is all of this important? Because when you feel voice insecure, you feel disempowered, and when you feel disempowered, you feel vulnerable, and when you're vulnerable, you want change, and messages of change resonate with you, as we see across different movements. And so it's very easy for you and your movement to be co-opted by authoritarianism. So should I speak a little bit in the US context, or we can leave it for later?
I mean, just to come back to ask you one of these questions that's always bothered me is, we talk about democracy, but we actually all live in republics. We live in representative democracies. So why do you imagine people feel so disempowered in what is actually a representative democracy where they get to vote?
Well, I mean, I think, Steve, part of that is the way that we describe our democracy, and you also kind of alluding to voting. I think what we're trying to do with organizations like FIDE, and we're part of a far larger coalition of organizations that believe in institutional reform, because we don't think that voting is sufficient anymore. We think that we need to think beyond elections, and we need to make sure that we create platforms like citizens' assemblies for members of the public to be able to be involved in between those elections as well.
Great. No, I mean, because I think engagement is part of the common conversation that democracy is supposed to be, and I think we're losing it to kind of more narrow passions.
May I build on that?
Please do. Yeah. I mean, it's over to you, Stefanos, anyway, but let me just briefly explain for 2 seconds that, I mean, you had started almost the reverse of Barroso, who started as a Maoist and ended up with Goldman Sachs. You started with Goldman Sachs.
I hope I don't end up being a Maoist. Steer clear. All due respect to the chairman.
That's right. And then headed Syriza for a time, and now run a movement. So explain part of why you've made that journey, and then whatever else you want to say.
Right. I mean, it feels odd to be talking about democracy and to be talking about myself in terms of, because it's supposed to be about the people, you see? That's populism for you right there. But I did start at Goldman Sachs when I graduated in 2009 from the University of Pennsylvania. It was a very difficult time to even have a job, let alone in finance. And I kind of saw those 5 years after the global financial crisis. And if you remember, we had Occupy Wall Street, and we had a lot of disenchantment from people, this fight between Wall Street and Main Street, the Tea Party, and all these movements that have since become what the US is today. And I will not go into an analysis of US politics because that's a whole different session. But the fact that the US, with all its checks and balances, is still so polarized tells you all you need to know. In the US, at Goldman Sachs, and in the space of banking, most CEOs are self-made. They don't come from families, or they have, let's say, succeeded with less nepotism than what takes place in Europe and certainly in Greece. And they are liberal. They are mostly part of the Democratic Party. That's not the case here. So I never, in my mind, I never had the conflict of being in finance and being liberal. Right. Well, I came here, and 2 years ago, I was in a state ballot list, which is 5% of the Greek parliament. And it's a ranked list, and I was, in an honorary spot, close to the bottom, so just as a volunteer for Syriza, the main opposition party at the time. And, and I did this because I thought I saw a gap in terms of having a true progressive liberal center, which was the Syriza expansion from its leftist roots toward the progressive center. And that's why I joined that. I also saw the Tempe train crash. I mean, most of you know there is a hunger strike going on in front of Parliament because the families of the victims are unable to exhume their children and to discover, to find out the cause of death, what they actually got killed by. Was the crash, a fire, what the fire was caused from? And that alone obviously shows distrust in democracy when you don't have justice as part of democracy. Anyway, so I was main opposition leader for about a year, and then I experienced the lack of regular internal party democracy, and we had an internal clash. And since then, I've started a movement for democracy, which is inspired by the values of the left. I'm not one to tell you that I think both sides are right. You may recall Donald Trump said that, back in the day in Virginia when we had neo-Nazis there. There's good people on both sides. No, I don't agree with that. I think the left has the moral right side of the history historically, and in terms of Greece in particular. But for me, that is culture, and that's the past. It's values, and politics today is very confusing, not so much because of ideology, but because of practiced politics.
Well, let me ask you this, because, there's a famous line in Texas that says the only thing in the middle of the road are yellow lines and dead armadillos. So middle of the road can be a dangerous place to be.
Middle of the road doesn't mean that you're not principled.
No.
It means you're trying to make things work, right?
But talk a little bit about the diagnosis of democracy as it is now that you want to change. What is it that you think has gone especially wrong, and why does it appeal particularly to young people who are mostly in Europe? When you look at the polls, they're voting for more extremist parties.
So this is where I wanted to build off where Marjan left it. Democracy used to be that we vote, and that was enough. We have some institutions, there's separation of powers, and voting. Today, I think democracy means equity. It doesn't mean equality, but it means equity. It means that you want to have a fair share, a fair shot, decent opportunities, not equal opportunities, but many opportunities. The ability to shape your life, to pursue happiness, and to be able to recover when you have, a bad moment happen to you or to your family. When you see what's happening in the representative democratic systems around Europe, you see that while everything has changed in the world based on technology and globalization and climate change and AI, but based on technology, political communication has changed dramatically. How you do grassroots, micro-targeting, Cambridge Analytica, you may recall, everything has changed but the way representative democracy works. We don't need any more representatives to be going with the donkey or the horse, to Congress and come back and report after, a month or 2 weeks. The fact is, we know exactly what they're going to vote, when they vote, what they say, and that's why there's such a purity test for what they do. And that's why you have gerrymandering, which is in the US a big issue. In Greece, too, we have this issue of how we shape the jurisdictions and how and how that changes. So we need to have, I think, citizen assemblies, more referenda on the local level, use technology for true deliberation. Right now, deliberation on bills in Parliament in Greece is just sending an email to the ministry. That is not true deliberation. So, and we need to find ways to integrate technology in decision making.
Great, thank you. Yvonne, you think a lot about political movements. You've written a very good book about why the Brussels dream for Central and Eastern Europe has fallen short. You've written a lot about issues of identity. So this is, as we would say, right up your alley. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I'll say that there is so much light on
you're
us
sitting right
that if you have the feeling that we're responding like being into interrogation, this is the reason. Secondly, something in the support of the previous speaker. Listen, there is nothing wrong to start in Goldman Sachs. The real problem is if you're going to end your career there. And I'm saying this because,
you're the Center for Liberals,
even today, New York Times basically have been publishing the results of a research, a polling done by the Pew Research in 25 countries in the world. Some of them democracies, some of them authoritarian regimes. In 20 of them, majority of people want change. And most of them basically are not sure exactly what kind of change. And most of them basically don't believe that they're going to get it. So I'm saying this because the word populism is so attractive because it's so vague that anybody can subscribe. When we talk about populism, everybody's talking about something else. Do we talk about just certain political parties? Is it style of politics? What it is about? My major argument is that we are going to see a major change of politics as we know it, everywhere. Democratic and authoritarian states, both of them are not going to be the same. And for me, there are 4 reasons for this. One is demography. Listen, our societies are changing. In probably 10 years, 10 to 15% of the people who are on the Bulgarian labor market are not going to have the right to vote because they were going to be some type of foreigners. 30, 35 are going to be on the retirement age. 10 to 15 of Bulgarians are living outside of Bulgaria so they can vote, but they're not paying taxes. Is this type of democracy as we know it? What kind of economic problems you can solve with this type of a body politics? And then basically you go to technology. Technology is a major story for personalization of politics. Listen, when you don't know whom to trust, it's easier to trust a person than an institution. And this person can be different. They can come from the left, from the right, even in the middle of the road, but it's going to be celebrity politics a lot. And thirdly, and in my view, this is really very critical to me. Democracy is based on a certain understanding of future. First, that future is there. Secondly, that we can change it. And thirdly, that some problems are going to be solved today, but other problems can be postponed and to be solved tomorrow. So from this point of view, democracy is also the art of postponing, because this is how compromise works. So now look on the left. People who are for very legitimate reason obsessed with climate, they're saying, no, if we are not going to solve certain things today, tomorrow is going to be too late. And then go on the right. They have absolutely the same mentality when it comes to migration. Either you're going to reverse it now, or tomorrow is going to be too late. Listen, if people believe that these elections is the last elections that matters, democracy cannot function. There was a famous communist poet from my childhood who said, who basically have a line, if this is the last and final battle, better shoot first. And this is what you're seeing. Part of the strong radical polarization of society comes of this idea of urgency. Nothing can be postponed. It's now or never. And I'm saying this because also the changes in the United States, the changing of the identity of the United States as a global political actor is also an important change. So trying to describe what is happening as a defense of liberal democracy, we are wrong. There is nothing more dangerous to defend the status quo that does not exist anymore. The problem is how to reinvent the system. The problem is basically how to deal with this change.
One of the things that you had said to me before was that when people feel that governments are complacent, that they're not responding to their perceived needs anymore, they get very attracted to activists, to people who do things, even if the things were considered undoable in the past for convention or even legal reasons. I think here of Donald Trump. And they don't much care always whether what's being done is good or bad. They appreciate the action.
Listen, it's very important in democracy, on the election day, what is represented, but also what is not represented. What is represented is interest, what is represented is values, but what is not represented on the election day is intensity. Who you really are ready to put all your life about certain issue has one vote. And I, who don't care much, have one vote too. Paradoxically, I do believe that now intensity has overtaken consistency in politics. You have politicians who basically are really rewarded for crossing borders, for being transgressive. Donald Trump is one of the examples of this. Many people are going to say, listen, not necessarily that I agree exactly with what he is doing, but he is showing the primacy of the politics. He's showing that if the government wants to do something, it can do it. Because part of the story before was that the government spends a lot of time explaining why they cannot do certain things. It became a competition of impotence. I cannot do this, I cannot do this, I cannot do this because of the central bank, I cannot do this because of the markets, I cannot do this because of this and that, and suddenly you have this revolt. It does not mean that people are going to be happy with the results that they're going to get. Because the intensity is also creating a situation in which the compromise is becoming much more difficult. And in my view, adjusting to this, trying to understand how this is going to work, is really going to be critically important. And this is a kind of a route in which we have not been before. For me, the story was, we normally talk about every regime, that it has historical limits. Listen, democracy in 1920s was not what we know in the 1970s, and what we're going to have tomorrow is not going to be the democracy of 1990s. And I don't believe that we're still prepared for this.
Well, we might remind the American Supreme Court that democracy isn't the same as it was for the founders. You know, anyway, now over to you. Pew, you've got the polling.
We've got the polling, but I'm a researcher, Stephen, so I go straight to the building blocks of this question, right? Populism sees the world as divided into two groups, right? You've got the pure and true people, and then you've got the corrupt elite. I follow a political scientist by the name of Kas Muda. He's written quite a bit on populism, and he says populism is not an ideology. It needs a host ideology. So you have right-wing populism, where the true and pure people are defined in nativist terms, and then you have left-wing populism as well. Let's not forget about that, right? Where the working class is the true and pure people. Now, Marjan's point is well taken. Why is this a problem? Well, it's because populism takes the distrust of institutions to an overdrive, right? So institutions are corrupt, therefore we cannot trust them. Democratic institutions, multilateral institutions are run by elites, and therefore they must be subverted, undermined, bypassed, all of the above. Right? And we need a leader who understands the true and pure people, right? Who can get stuff done. What is happening in the world that is leading to this mainstreaming of populism? I would say right-wing populism in particular, our data has shown, has become a mainstream movement at this point. You can see in the election data, you can see in the public opinion data. Well, at the Pew Research Center, we do deep dive analyses of American public opinion, but we also study global public opinion. And there are three trends in the data that are just unmistakable at this point. And thank you, Ivan, for queuing me up a little bit on this.
It was for free, by the way.
We'll talk about that later. All right. Well, first of all, widespread economic doom and gloom and economic resentment. People feeling that their children will be worse off than them financially when we ask them, right? This is pretty significant. You know, what a parent always wants. My child will do better than me, right? My mother used to say, only two people in the world will be happy to see you do better than themselves. One will be your teacher, one will be your parent. But right now, we are not picking up this sentiment, quite the contrary. Right? And I'll get into more. I mean, that people are not dreaming up this sentiment. It is also true in the economic data. Right? Second trend. Cultural issues can and do affect elections around the world, and they are manifested as attitudes toward immigration or anti-immigration attitudes, Christian nationalism in the US, religious nationalism elsewhere, and other nativist tendencies. Right? And there is a need for nuance to understand these nativist views, because now we have the voter data from the United States 2024 election, and there is a worst-kept secret in that data, in that Trump actually diversified his coalition in 2024. Fewer white people in his vote share, more Latinos, more Asian Americans, more Black Americans. So we must have a more nuanced understanding of how these nativist tendencies play out. Final trend, and then I'll turn it back over to you, is that we have a global crisis of representation. Right? People around the world are saying to us very clearly in the data that representative institutions are not working for them. Right? Elected representatives are not honest. They do not care about the needs of ordinary people. Right? So one data point I'll throw at you, I promise not to go into too many statistics, one after the other, and more to weave a story, but we asked about 101 political parties in our latest study in 24 countries. Just 16 of them got majority favorability rating in the country where they are established. In half of the countries, no political party got majority favorability rating. Right? This is very clearly people saying that I do not feel represented. And not only that, the people are telling us the system needs major change, thank you, and one more important point, they are not hopeful that the system can change. So where does that leave us?
Thank you for that. I mean, one of the things that always strikes me is people's sense of their own position in the world. And one of the things Joe Stiglitz, the Nobel-winning economist, has always said, there's something called horizontal inequities. It's not that you, particularly in America, where we admire the rich people, we don't hate them, we want to be them, which is different from Europe mostly, you know. We don't mind there are rich people. What we mind is when our neighbor, for systemic reasons, is doing better than we are, because maybe they have a long-term mortgage and we have to pay a rent, or we have kids who have trouble getting into college. And those are the resentments that seem to hit hardest. I want to throw one question open to anyone just quickly. One of the great debates, I think, one has it in Germany, where I live. You have the alternative for Deutschland, which is at the moment not running 2 or just ahead in the polls, though polls are snapshots, but is very powerful in the East. Sometimes I think Germany's like Belgium. It's 2 different countries, really. And the debate is, do you include them? Do you bring them into power? Do you exclude them? Are they particularly dangerous as an anti-constitutional party? And yet, in Finland, in Sweden, in the Netherlands, in other places, you see parties being brought in to government as junior partners, which makes them implicit in government. And so I'm just curious whether any of you have a judgment about which is the best way to go. Or not. Ivan.
No, listen, it's different from country to country. To try to believe that all extreme parties are the same party is not true. Not to take the political culture. For Germany, this is particularly difficult because of the German history. But at the same time, to believe that you can easily isolate a party which is above 20%, it's very difficult. By the way, this was happening during the Cold War with the Italian Communist Party. For this to happen, you should have a very special international environment. If on one level, 1/5 of the German voters are going to go with AfD, and the Vice President of the United States say this is a good thing, it's very difficult to isolate them.
it's not a question of is it better or not? It's a question of what is, right? I mean, we did see in the global election year 2024, I mean, 60 countries went to the polls in 2024. They're European elections. And the result of that election showed us that right-wing populism is now mainstream. So it is, right? It doesn't matter what should be in our mind, but this is the challenge. This is the reality right now.
Yes, that's good. And when you look at Italy, for instance, look at Meloni, I mean, look at Marine Le Pen. I remember interviewing her, 15 years ago. She's different.
Look, there is a risk. There's an upside and a downside to including them in government. The upside is that once you bring these populist parties to govern, they have to face the fact that their ideas are unworkable. They have to face the fact that, I'll give you one example. And I'll tell you what I think the Achilles heel is for Donald Trump. I think it's the cost of goods, the cost of living. This is something he's not going to be able to resolve. Why? There's 1,000 reasons why. And ultimately, capitalism has only worked with massive redistribution of wealth and a crackdown on oligopolies at times. Think about this for a second. Think how different the world today would be if Theodore Roosevelt hadn't broken down the Standard Oil and the railroads. Think about, do you really think we would have had the same innovation years out and productivity boosts if all that capital was held in these few families? How about now the massive tech giants that we have, the Metas and the Teslas and whatnot of the world? And the data, people feel disenfranchised in part because they're not part of that. Unless you have capital to have public equities, to get dividends from it, if you're in Main Street and just trying to live, you can't do that. And so, same thing here in Greece with the populist movements, is that they don't have workable ideas. The downside to including them in government is that they can be dangerous insofar as individual freedoms are concerned. Right. You cannot put in the bargaining table LGBT rights, human rights, the environment, just because you think it sells. There are some things that we need to be firm on, right? And so if there can be clear red lines on the rights that make a society work, then sure, let them play game and let them discover how the truth works. Let them hold them accountable on that. Okay. But that's not it. And I'll say one last thing very quickly. I think there is a huge crisis both in Greece and in other European countries, not so much in the US, of people wanting to join politics, to be candidates. They feel like they're going to be destroying their lives if they leave their job in the private sector, or if they go public. The shaming they get on social media if they make one mistake or anything like that is an extremely toxic environment, and especially in countries with low quality institutions like Greece, people are afraid to put their hand up and I want to make change. It's much easier to want to make change when, as you said, you have a host, which is, the people you want to go against.
Right.
But Stefanos, there's one important point there. The AI is not coming for politics jobs, right? So now in the US, the jobs data is back, right? And you are seeing high levels of unemployment among recent college graduates. So all is not lost.
Good.
In a certain way, the Belgians has a nice saying. They said, when the disgusted people leave politics, the disgusting remain. So if you don't have a pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard, even in America, to get good people to go into politics for all these reasons.
At least you have primaries.
Go ahead.
Just that it's hard. I think that young people in America are not
interested. Give us some optimism. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know that I can give you optimism because there isn't a lot of optimism. I think actually one of the, we often will kind of poke at the populist agenda and say that it's not working. But from where I live in the United States, I'm not sure that the democratic agenda is really working. And I think that's part of the problem. You know, I've lived in the US now for 20-some years, and none of this is new. We all knew this was coming if we had not ignored some of the problems that we were seeing. And I think part of the problem now is that Americans are still given binary choices, which is either, you know, defend your democracy or you destroy your democracy. And we haven't come together to have a really strong reform agenda that actually inspires young people. And I think that's part of the problem. I think the other part of the problem in the US, honestly, is that we still think that if Trump loses, we will win.
Right.
And that's not going to be sufficient. And there isn't a lot of energy, I think, and it's understandable, right? The moment requires that we fight. But what are we fighting for?
Yeah, and also, you know, it'll never go back to where it was. I mean, the ground has shifted. We'll see how far. One of the nice things about this forum is it brings a lot of young people to engage. I know we have a question from a teen out front somewhere, so if one of you would, I see a woman with her hand up. Could you ask your question if there's some sort of microphone? I'm not sure we have time for two, but
we're from the same team. Can I say it on your behalf?
Fine.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with you today. On behalf of the Teens for Democracy group, we've got two questions for you. The first one being, how can we distinguish whether a populist leader is genuinely bringing to life existing social inequalities rather than exploiting discontent for personal or political power?
And the second one being, what institutional or societal safeguards can limit the influence of populism without undermining democratic principles themselves?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you
repeat the...
Yeah, could you, I mean, it was very hard to hear, unfortunately. So particularly, could you repeat the last question?
Okay. What institutional or societal safeguards can limit the influence of populism without undermining democratic principles themselves?
Was that better?
So I think the question is how to distinguish when populism is undermining
How do you limit populism while remaining democratic?
Yes. Marjan, I think you had an answer to this in the beginning, right?
Which one?
How in your family it was fine to be skeptical of institutions.
Right, but I think you're asking about safeguards. What kind of safeguards can be?
Yes. Without violating the principles of democracy.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not sure that I have the exact answer to the question about safeguards.
Why don't you?
I think it's a very complicated question. I think that we can, as I said earlier a little bit, I think that we can try and incorporate certain safeguards, and from where I sit and the work that I do, it's really about making sure that individual citizens are also involved in whatever it is that we're imagining for that future, right? To make sure that they are included in, as we were talking about, the work that I do is all about sort of thinking beyond the elections and how do we bring them in. And so I think that, I don't know, some of you may have been last night at Paul Magnet's presentation. It is one of the most innovative ideas around political party drafting their mandate, which is including citizens in a representative kind of way through sortition to make sure that those voices are included in any platform that a political party might put together. And I think that's one way that you could think about populist parties making sure that they are really representing the voice of the people more broadly.
Great, because I mean, we're a little over time, so if anyone wants to say one last thing, that would be great.
Just one sentence. The biggest problem today is that if authoritarianism is coming, it's going to present itself as the savior of democracy. Because the biggest problem is that many people in a highly polarized society believes that the most dangerous thing for democracy is the other party to win. So from this point of view, having a government that is ready to lose power and to get out of power after losing elections, in my view, this is critically important. When you see governments imprisoning their opposition, you know that something goes wrong.
If I may, just for 10 seconds.
Yes, of course.
At the top-down level, in the European Union, which is not populist insofar as the majority of the parties in parliament is concerned, we should be not doubling, but 10 times the investment in culture, in modern culture. This is the way you influence. Culture is always ahead of politics. Society is always ahead of institutions. So if you want to reduce populism in a democratic way, that is investment in culture. Insofar as what you can do as young people in society, when you find these populists out on the street, you've got your phone or whatever, squeeze them with questions. Ask them, what are you going to do? No, tell me, above what tax bracket will you tax? Where are you going to find the funds? You've got an undisrupted way to hold them accountable. So just do it. Have fun with it.
Very good. Listen, thank you. We've now solved the problem of populism. So thank you all very much. And I would like, as we walk off, to bring my colleague Jyoti Totem to the stage. Okay? Thanks. Off we go this way.
You're now going to see just a few slides from the Pew Research Center, just a little food for thought in between panels as we get things organized.
No, I will be in the middle. Go ahead. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Great to see you. And if you all like data, there was some data from the last panel. There was some data on the screen. You're in for a treat. We have both qualitative and quantitative data today from our two presenters who are going to, this is sort of lightning round, so they're going to quickly present their data on really, I think, one of the subjects that is on everyone's minds right now, which is young people and their views of populism. So I'm going to hand it over to our panelists, Abby and Simon. Abby, do you want to get started?
So we've seen throughout the conference great examples of young people as champions of democracy. But I think that we cannot assume that young people are going to save democracy, because unfortunately, sometimes young people are the ones who are the most open to authoritarianism. And so my job as a researcher is to try to build this picture of young people's views on authoritarianism through interviews, through working with schools, big survey data, and then inevitably as an academic, so I'm a research fellow in the African Studies Center of Oxford, and your own students will inform your views as well about what does it mean to be part of that younger generation. And so, for example, one of my students from Nigeria said to me, you know what our country really needs is another coup. And he said, you know, he remembers his parents talking about public executions during the dictatorship, but he said, you know, this democracy thing is just not working. And in that moment, that really crystallized for me something that I've been seeing across different parts of my research. It's not to dismiss that young people's energy can help to renew democracy, that's certainly the case, but it can just as easily fuel this authoritarian nostalgia. And this comes out quite clearly in the research that I've done with Dr. Katja Salomo. She's an expert on radicalization in Europe, and then I bring the Africa expertise, and so we've done this comparison of Europe and Africa, how generations' views on authoritarianism have changed over the last 20 years, sort of 1999 to 2022. And the story that comes out of Europe and the story that comes out of Africa are quite different. In liberal democracies in Europe, we saw this big spike in openness to authoritarianism after the 2008 crash. And that was across age groups, but it goes up the most for people who were young at the time.
Okay.
So millennials, my generation, people who were finishing school at the time, who were trying to get their first job, other cohorts would have been buying their first houses during this period. And what happens is that even though over time that openness to authoritarianism decreases for all age groups, European millennials still stand out. Their openness to authoritarianism is still greater than previous cohorts were at their age. Gen Z too, but not as much as millennials. And so what this tells us is that potentially crises, like economic crises, affect young people's views the most in those crucial transitional moments in life, and it may affect their confidence in democracy going forward even after the crisis is averted. And my fear is that as we're seeing difficulties of getting first jobs due to generative AI, the housing crisis continuing, we could see Gen Z and Gen Alpha having the same problem as those millennials eventually, that their first steps into adulthood are steps into crisis. The difference with the African democracies that we looked at was that even though in Europe there was this recovery that openness to authoritarianism starts to go down, in Africa rather we've seen recently, sort of post-2015, that across age groups openness to authoritarianism has been going up. And that in and of itself is very worrying. But what adds fuel to the fire is that in many cases, it's young people who are leading that trend. And the reason why this is so worrying is that as those young people become the leaders, the decision makers, the voters, that trend can accelerate. So last night, Lindiwe Mazibuko talked about young South Africans not voting in the election. We found that young South Africans are the most open to authoritarianism. And so, for example, one woman said, why she wasn't voting in the elections is because she saw democracy as a pyramid scheme, just people who were elected getting richer and richer. And so the question is, can we give young people a reason to believe that more democracy is the answer and not less democracy?
Okay, great. Simon, take it away. I know you've got some slides.
Yeah, you already alluded to it. Let's see if, it's working. Wonderful. Oh, that's us. Thanks for inviting me. I'm here for a wonderful team of researchers and importantly, civil society actors who are part of this work. And we're finding ourselves we're in Europe and we did some work in these 5 countries, the 5 largest EU countries, so Spain, France, Italy, Germany, and Poland. And in these 5 countries, you have 82, roughly, million youth and young adults, Gen Z, millennials, 16 to 39-year-olds, whichever version you prefer. And we drew a representative sample and asked them quite recently, as you see, this summer, a lot of questions. And these data aren't out yet, so it's a little sneak preview here. And what we find is 1 in 4, 25%, are open to anti-democratic appeals. They increasingly question rule of law. They question non-violence. They question civilized debate. And here just a few, we asked many questions, just to give you a flavor, like the top left corner and a question on online trolling. Second one would be more on violence against politicians. Third one on breaking rules to push through your agenda. And 25% do not agree to all of those and the others that we asked, but a majority. 11% agree to all of them. All the questions in this direction that we asked, and that's quite worrying for European democracies. We then are currently investigating who is who, and age seems to play a role. We also find that millennials, or people in the early 30s, are most susceptible to these tactics. And then gender plays a role too. Men are more susceptible at almost 1 in 6, and then lonely men in particular, so men who will say, I feel isolated from others, up to almost 20%, up to almost 1 in 5. And we're investigating this as part of a larger project on backlash politics, oftentimes used backlash as, this policy we don't like, so there's a backlash against the policy or something somebody said. But we agree with many scholars say this is actually a concerted strategy, oftentimes utilized by authoritarian populist parties and backlash movements, such as the Manosphere, for example, or anti-migrant movements. And the strategy essentially has 2 components. One would be weaponizing nostalgia. sort of alleging that there was a better society before that we need to go back to. Make America great again. This blurry again has its, plays its role, or a society when men were real men, when women knew their place, when there were no migrants. So this is one component, and the other one is we need to go back with all means, even democratic ones. This is a political strategy, and we are looking into, does it fly with people and with young people? And through a lot of qual and quant and talking to civil society actors, we came up here at the moment. We see it as a process of anti-democratic escalation, where the root is what we hear often, political disillusionment, which is, almost a feature, not a bug, it seems. That's not the problem per se, but it's a breeding ground. Then you have what we call retrograde aspirations, so this nostalgia and to sign up to, okay, maybe there was a better society that we should go back to. 43% of young people in these 5 countries agree with that. And it gets really problematic when you say, yeah, I want to go back, and I actually want to go back when men were calling the shots, and I want to go back when minorities were silenced, and I want to go back when we didn't fetishize over the darker chapters of our history. That's 28% of young people who agree with this. And then from there, the path to these anti-democratic tactics is very short, we find. So,
okay. All right, well, I have so many questions, so we'll try to get through them. The first is, okay, clearly you guys have done lots of research in Europe, here for you in Europe and in Africa, but the question that immediately comes to mind, we've just seen in Nepal, in Indonesia, and other places, what people are calling these Gen Z protest movements, anti-government, anti-corruption, and apparently led by young people. They seem to be leaning into, what we considered the democratic freedoms of protest. Like, how do you think about these movements? Like, are they outliers? Like, what do they tell you about young people's politics right now? I mean, as researchers, look at those movements through your lens. What do you see?
I think perhaps even though it's legitimate to concentrate on young people and seeing them visibly on the streets, we also need to think about how that interacts with other sections of society who might not be as visible within the protests, but what do their parents at home think? Are they agreeing with these young people? In which case, going back to that question of, is this going to accelerate a trend or is it going to hold it back? Because when you have the general population agreeing with the protesters, then that's going to facilitate that movement. But when you have more intergenerational conflict, then that protest movement is going to face higher barriers. You also have the question of potentially outside actors. So the coups that we've seen in the Sahel, we've often seen photographs of young men out in the streets, mysteriously with these Russian flags, and who in the Sahel just has a Russian flag at home to bring out onto a protest? And so you also have to question sometimes whether there are other external forces at play here that are facilitating these movements as well.
Okay, and I know some of these questions haven't been answered, and there's, I think, a lot more to see with these, so thank you for raising those. So Simon, one question I had for you, particularly since you focus so much, since your research right now focuses on Europe, I'm curious about the role that demographics plays. I mean, most of the countries in Europe, they're quite old. Like, is this really that dissatisfaction, that frustration, is it really just sort of the frustration of young people with a society where it seems like the older people have all the power, frustration with the status quo that's sort of being expressed as frustration with democracy because, liberal democracy is, for the most part, the status quo?
Yeah, we didn't go in just assuming it's all about like political disillusionment. So we also ran questions on economic deprivation, economic concerns, sort of cultural war questions. But the political questions polled most potently, actually, when it comes to this dynamic. So yeah, it's many things at the same time, and some may work as an amplifier of those. But this really solid political disillusionment seems to be like the basis for this kind of escalation.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think about, does lived experience matter? I mean, here we're talking about people who, they're teenagers, 20s, 30s. In most of these countries, their lived experience is with liberal democracy of some kind, or democratic systems of some kind. Do you think, and again, I know this is not directly in your research, but do you think that the experience of, living through the Cold War, living through what it's actually like to be under the governance of authoritarian populism, do you think that might change some of these outcomes?
Well, I think one thing that I might cheekily infer from some of our research was that in places that have not become liberal democracies in the past, but have remained stagnant at what we call electoral democracies, and have not experienced sort of significant huge declines or huge jumps in that. So I'm thinking of Senegal, Malawi, and then in Europe you would have Romania and Bulgaria, that we see openness to authoritarianism increasing with each recent generation. So in that case, Gen Z is more authoritarian than millennials. And I think that it could be that sense of stagnation and the memories of authoritarianism receding kind of creates a increasing sense of hopelessness among young people. And I think that raises the question of how do we transmit memories of authoritarianism? So my concern working with schools on this question of historical memory has been this framing of pros and cons of authoritarianism. They say, oh, all these terrible things happened, but then there were these supposed development or modernization, and this feeds into this mythology that dictatorship is going to bring us development. And I think that's a very dangerous message about the past to send young people, because that could then create that fantasy about, oh, maybe authoritarianism is going to solve our economic problems in the present.
So that nostalgia is not just coming from out of thin air, it is sort of shaped by the stories that people are telling about the past, even if they didn't experience it themselves.
And then the question is, and you're probably also good at, with your research answering, do young people grow out of it eventually? Right?
Yeah, that's a question that I have. Do they grow out of it as well? Like, what do you think? Do you think that this is young people being young, and as they sort of have more experience of the world, perhaps experience of the direct experience of the political system itself, do you think these views will change?
I mean, we only measured at one moment in time, but I know your work, and I know you've been looking into it, and you found some indications that there may be something?
Well, so essentially there's what we call an age effect. So in the same way that young people, when they become older, start to like more elegant music, there are things that you do just grow out of over time, and people's support for democracy does increase as they get older as an age effect. Our statistical methods take that into account, so when I said they're more open to authoritarianism, that's over and above what we would expect already from that age effect. So historically, people have become more pro-democratic as they get older, but that's just historical data, and that hasn't happened in the same way for millennials. So it's possible that the same thing happens to Gen Z and Gen Alpha as well, that we don't see this maturation into pro-democracy that we've seen in previous cohorts, because the world has changed.
The world has changed, and as you mentioned, we've been through not just the global financial crisis, but now COVID. I mean, two really incredibly significant crises, and I would assume that those effects are long-lasting.
Yeah, I mean, and picture it, if you're this group that polled highest for us, early 30s, when they were teenagers, it was global financial crisis. When they started post-secondary education in these European countries, there was this big migration crisis, the big influx. Then they started their career, COVID. So it's really this crisis after, and they may have been utterly unhappy with how it was handled politically, and that then feeds the disillusionment. Yeah. So it's plausible, but yeah, there's a lot of controversy around this. I know, like in research, of whether it's people grow out of it. Yeah.
So I know that there's so much that I know that our audience will want to ask you about, and probably ideas about how to use these tools, this data. But I wanted to ask you, since this is a lightning round, is there one final thought you'd like to leave everyone with, just reflecting on your research?
So to facilitate young people's support of democracy, we have one priority looking backwards, and I think that's to dispel this myth that dictators bring development, and how important that is when young people are susceptible to authoritarianism, to really tackle that head on. And then one priority looking forwards, which is that young people's transitions into adulthood need to be safeguarded, especially during crises. School, training, housing, jobs. Because for democracy to have a viable future, young people need to have a viable future.
Okay, wow. Simon?
I mean, oftentimes, it's not just here, when you hear people talk about the younger generation, it's sort of human nature to always worry and say, oh my God, where's this going to lead? Oh, great, they're now all about climate action, so they will save us. And then next year there's the next, oh my God, then it's bad again. So to be a bit more, I don't know. I mean, we should be looking into this, we should be worried, but it's a bit too emotional for my taste. You know, I think there's enough evidence around that. You know, there's also young people being young to some degree.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, this has been an amazing conversation, and I know, like, there's so much focus on the young, perhaps too much pressure on the idea that young people are the saviors of democracy, like we're always looking for hope, but I feel like what I'm hearing from both of you is the need to both take those concerns extremely seriously, but also to kind of build the political structures and institutions that are going to kind of build that bridge into the future, but not only by relying on young people. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Please stay seated. Please stay seated. We have a little surprise for you. Please stay seated. Just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Δεν μιλούσα, μα έβλεπα. Δεν βιάστηκα, περίμενα και δεν φώναζα γιατί άκουγα. Άκουγα εσάς, έβλεπα εσάς και υπομονή έκανα και χρόνο έδωσα και ο χρόνος πέρασε. Και εσείς τι κάνετε? Στους στίχους τώρα το γράφετε, τους στίχους λερώνετε, μα τη συνείδηση μου όχι. Το βανδαλισμό έχετε κάνει μόδα. Μα αυτή η μόδα τελειώνει τώρα. Την τελειώνω εγώ σήμερα. Η αντίδραση δεν είναι αντίσταση. Η αντίσταση στη χώρα δεν είναι επανάσταση. Παρανομία είναι. Και η παρανομία με την παράνοια ένα μη απέχουν. Γι' αυτό σας λέω, μην την ακούτε, μην την ακολουθείτε. Γιατί στην τρέλα θα σας οδηγήσει και η τρέλα ασθένεια είναι. Αρρώστια είναι, έτσι και αυτή μια μόλυνση είναι. Και ήδη άργησα πολύ. Σας έχει κιόλας μολύνει. Αλλά ακούστε με καλά. Η μόλυνση, αν δεν θεραπευτεί στο αρχικό της στάδιο, κινδυνεύει να εξαπλωθεί και στο υπόλοιπο σώμα. Γι' αυτό το μολυσμένο άκρο να αφαιρεθεί πρέπει. Προτού μολύνει και τα υπόλοιπα να κοπεί πρέπει. Έτσι είναι η φύση, λειτουργεί με νόμους. Το ίδιο λειτουργεί και το κράτος. Και το κράτος αυτό, το δικό εγώ. Αυτό που έφερε αυτή δεν είναι κίνημα. Η Αντιγόνη δεν είναι κίνημα. Το α στο όνομά της δεν σημαίνει αντίσταση. Αντιθέτως, η Αντιγόνη ανόητη είναι, απερίσκεπτη είναι, ασθένεια είναι. Και το αντίδοτο το έχω εγώ και η τιμωρία είναι. Και θα είναι άμεση, θα είναι αμήλικτη, θα είναι αναπόφευκτη. Αγνώμονες κι εσείς όλοι, που ενώ εγώ για σας τον ύπνο με έχω χάσει, εσείς υπέρ εκείνης ταχθήκατε. Εγώ στη δυσκολότερη τη θέση έχω έρθει. Πονώ βαθιά, όταν εκείνοι από όλους να τιμωρήσω πρέπει. Πονώ θα το κάνω και για το καλό της πατρίδας μου και σκληρότερα έργα ακόμη θα έπρατα. Πονά διπλά, όταν το ίδιο σου το αίμα να τιμωρήσεις πρέπει. Πονά, αλλά στη θέση αυτή εγώ έχω έρθει. Εγώ μόνο μπορώ τον νόμο να επιβάλλω και το καλό αυτής της χώρας ξέρω. Κι αν χρειαστεί να με βαφτίσουνε σκληρό, θα το κάνω. Κι αν χρειαστεί τα χέρια μου να στάξουν αίμα, θα το κάνω. Και άκαρδο να με αποκαλούν, πίσω δεν πρόκειται να κάνω. Εγώ έχω τη θέση αυτή μαζί και την ευθύνη εσάς να προστατεύσω. Το κράτος είμαι εγώ είμαι και οι νόμοι. Εγώ θέλω, δεν θέλω, από όλους στέκω πιο ψηλά και δεν ζητώ συγγνώμη. Εγώ είμαι η μπότα και θα τελειώσω. Έτσι κι αλλιώς πολύ καλά το ξέρετε. Η μάζα είναι γένος θηλυκού και υπακούει πάντα στον αφέντη της. Και η υπακούει αυτή με ήθος συνεπάγεται. Και το ήθος θα ανταμυφθεί. Αντιθέτως, η έλλειψη ήθους προδοσία σημαίνει. Και οι ένοχοι θα βρεθούν, οι ένοχοι θα τιμωρηθούν και οι ένοχοι θα πεθάνει. Εμπρός, τραβάτε τώρα σπίτια σας και μη στραβά κοιτάτε. Όπως το είπα και έγινε, δεν μετανιώνω τίποτα. Εγώ γυναίκα έχασα, νεκρό το γιο μου βρήκα. Αυτοί μην τελειπόσαστε, επιλογή της ήταν. Τραβάτε τώρα σπίτια σας γιατί χώνει τελείως όλοι. Εδώ στα σπίτια, να με ένα το κρυό. Ένα, δύο, δύο, θα φύγει τώρα. Θα το καταλάβετε τώρα σπίτια σας.
Thank you very much, Yorgos. That was Yorgos Akoidis. And we just wanted a little reminder for you all that we are here in a working, living, breathing conservatory. So you'll see your students walking around from the drama department, dance department, music department. So we've integrated a few of them into the program. And the first one was Yorgos. So give it up for him. And now we all deserve a little break after that to kind of digest and talk about all that we've discussed this morning. So coffee break, back here in 30 minutes, maybe 25, to make sure we start on time. Thanks. Joining us in a moment. We've got to get them away from the coffee break. I just wanted to say that one of my favorite parts about my job is meeting lovely people who come to the event, but also who we've been working with as partners for years. And one of those organizations is the Global Liberal Arts Alliance. You saw the student videos before the populism panel. They work very hard taking the themes of the program and working on them all summer. There are 22, I believe, students here this year from all around the world, from universities all around the world. And the program is run by Mickey McDonald, Simon Gray, and also Mary Carderas is heavily involved. And Simon came to me. He knows a lot about the conference because we've been working together for years. And he came to me a few months ago, probably early in the summer, and said, you need to meet Jacob Jacob, because he's doing fantastic work around disinformation, and he has lots of incredible ideas. And so I had a few conversations with Jacob and decided that he really needed to be here and share his ideas with you, and especially for a new center, think tank that he's developing about rehumanizing democracy. So please give a warm welcome for Jacob, who will tell us about his new ideas.
Good afternoon. I was 11 years old when I learned what a letter bomb can do to a human body. My father had come home from work in Calabar in southeastern Nigeria, where I grew up, and left a magazine on our living room table. And I was a kind of 11-year-old kid who was drawn to news. So I picked it up. On the cover of the magazine was a photograph of a dead man with a horrible gash on his face. The headline read, "Who Killed Deligua?" I took that magazine to the corner of the room I shared with my siblings and read how Deligua, the editor-in-chief of Newswatch, Nigeria's most fearless news magazine at the time, had opened a parcel that was delivered at his home address that morning. He told someone that was with him, "This must be from the president," referring to the then military dictator of Nigeria, General Ibrahim Babangida. The bomb exploded and killed him instantly. For many nights afterward, I imagined bombs everywhere. I would hesitate before even opening the toilet seat, imagining there could be a bomb hidden underneath. And this is what fear does to a child. This is what the death of trust looks like. But here is what I didn't understand then, which took me years to grasp. The real story wasn't just about military brutality. The real story was about how Nigeria got there. You see, when the military first seized power and overthrew a democratically elected government in 1983, people celebrated on the streets. People danced. I mean, they thought, including my parents, that the military had saved them from a government that had completely lost their trust. And the celebration was genuine. The relief was real. And this is the problem with the story that we tell ourselves about democracy, that it simply dies by a coup, by force, by evil men with guns. The truth is more unsettling. Democracy dies when people lose faith. It dies when trust collapses so completely that citizens even welcome the executioners. I grew up through almost 2 decades of military dictatorship. There were lots of disappearances of people, journalists imprisoned and killed, assassinations, including extrajudicial ones. One that I remember vividly was that of the environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa, who was executed by a firing squad after a kangaroo trial in a military tribunal. And I learned something I wish I didn't know. What the opposite of democracy actually looks like, what it feels like. Today, Nigeria is a vibrant democracy, imperfect as it is. But I carry those years with me. They taught me that the most imperfect democracy is better than the most perfect authoritarian rule, if there's anything like that. And they taught me to recognize the signs of a dying democracy. So when I see the numbers from Pew Research, close to 80% of Americans, for example, trust their military, and less than 30% trust their elected officials, I recognize something. When I see that across Europe, citizens trust those who carry guns more than they trust people that carry ballots, I recognize something. When I hear the same cynicism about politicians, the same weariness with democratic institutions, the same desperate longing for someone strong, someone powerful that will come and fix everything, I recognize something. When I see the military, people in combat uniform on the streets, enforcing public order, ladies and gentlemen, I recognize something. I recognize the story I already know, the story of trust collapsing, the story that precedes the story of the death of democracy. But here is what else I recognize. Crisis has a strange power. It has the power to force us to imagine differently. And my work in democratic support and countering disinformation, and my vocation as well as a Benedictine spiritual director, led me to a realization that may make some people a bit uncomfortable. The crisis of democracy cannot be solved by technical fixes alone. When citizens say they don't trust their government, when they say they don't trust the people in government, they're saying essentially they really don't trust the people in government. When they say they don't trust institutions, what they're saying essentially is that they don't trust the people that run those institutions. When they distrust democracy, it's because they don't believe that their political leaders will act all the time in their best interest. So I began asking a different kind of question. What if we addressed not just the systems of democracy, but the souls of the people who lead those systems? And this question felt radical. It even felt spiritual. It felt uncomfortable, particularly among my academic colleagues and in policy circles. But I couldn't escape it. Let me tell you what trust looks like. The kind of trust that builds democracies. Trust is what happens when a leader's deepest values and their actions are consistent. When citizens witness genuine care, not performance. When moral integrity is embodied, not acted. Trust is not a product that can be manufactured. It cannot be packaged, advertised, and sold. It cannot be focus grouped. It cannot be branded. Trust is fundamentally a spiritual phenomenon. It emerges from the recognition of our shared humanity, from the experience of being truly seen and heard. And right now, we're facing something that really threatens the very foundation of trust. AI-enhanced disinformation that doesn't just spread lies, but fragments our shared reality itself. And democratic consent is manipulable at scale. And our capacity for collective truth-seeking is eroding. And traditional tools such as fact-checking, counter-narratives, they're necessary, but they're insufficient. Because we're not just fighting false information, we're really fighting for the possibility of truth itself. And this is why we established the Global Center for Rehumanizing Democracy. Let me be specific about what we do. First, we offer contemplative leadership formation. We create training retreats where leaders do the inner work that must accompany outer change. Not meditation as stress relief, but contemplative practice as a foundation for moral integrity. Because what I've learned is that you cannot give what you don't have. And a leader who has not done that inner work does not have the capacity to create conditions for trust. Second, we engage in system renewal and strategic mediation. We help build structures that can help enhance trust within institutions and trust building within such institutions. And thirdly, we're creating a trust intelligence tool, an AI-powered democratic discourse index that analyzes social media in real time to measure the quality of national democratic discourse. And you can think of it as an early warning system for when democratic trust is fracturing. This is our bet, that what is coming, the AI revolution, the information chaos, the fragmentation of reality, requires us to move beyond technical fixes to address the human heart and spirit. I want to return to where I began. That 11-year-old boy reading about Deligua's assassination, imagining bombs everywhere. He learned to live in fear. He also learned about hope. He experienced what the alternative to democracy looks like. And I can tell you that it is an experience I would never wish on anyone. The story I'm telling you today, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of the crisis of democracy. And the crisis of democracy is fundamentally the crisis of trust. We need a global movement for trust-based democratic renewal. Not just better policies, not just stronger institutions. Of course, we do need those. But we need leaders who have done the inner work to lead with moral integrity. We need to rehumanize democracy by addressing what we've neglected, the moral foundation, the spiritual dimension, the human heart. And I'm inviting you to this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob, for those really inspiring and profound words. And now we're going to hear from Liz Alderman and her two panelists to discuss cybersecurity and cybersecurity threats.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot for being with us for what promises, I think, to probably be one of the most interesting and certainly topical panels of the day. AI and cybersecurity is on everybody's mind these days, and I'm a European correspondent for the New York Times, and certainly one of the biggest issues that we have been covering has been the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence in all of its sort of, risks and promises, as well as, the implications that it holds for cybersecurity. And one of the great things about the folks that we have on our panel today is that we've got two people from both sides of the aisle on this issue. Martin, everybody is up here on the screen. You can see their backgrounds. Martin from the European Parliament, representing government, and Evan from Microsoft, representing the private sector. Sorry? Oh, Google, excuse me. It's the cyber arms race. And, whether, it be something as basic as something that touches our lives, such as a cyber attack on an American company that has just disrupted travel at Heathrow Airport in Brussels and in Berlin, to hybrid warfare by Russia with drones circling even Denmark these days, and certainly the use of artificial intelligence for political interference and disinformation. The challenges are huge. And so I'd love to start with you, Martin, and kind of ask you to take a step back in your role as Vice President of the European Parliament and somebody who's extremely involved in these issues. You were mentioning to me that one of your favorite books is a book by one of my New York Times colleagues, Nicole Pelroth, entitled, "This is How They Tell Me the World Ends." Pretty ominous, but it talks about the risk of cyber warfare, et cetera, essentially on steroids. So let's start by, I want to ask you to sort of step back and paint for us a picture of what the world looks like today, in terms of cyber risks, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence, and are we ready to really deal with those risks?
Thank you, and it's really great to be here. Now, no, we're not ready. It means that everything is horrible. No, in arms race, you're never really fully ready. And sadly, this has been an arms race. It's seriously perplexing when you realize how dependent are we on a super highly complex systems. This very conference can be actually quite easily hacked, shut down entirely. Every time you take an elevator, you have to be aware that, actually it's connected to the internet. Or most of the new elevators, not if you go for something Asian. And that's where the security is indeed something which is super important. Now, you mentioned the attack on the IT systems of several European airports. When I was flying out of Brussels, the boarding was still done in a non-ordinary way, in a kind of backup way. It's more than a week after the attack. There is a major car producer whose factories are shut down entirely because of the very recent cyber attack lasting for more a while. But there is also a beer producer which was under the very same attack and is normally operating. The recent elections in Moldova, what is not talked about is, because everybody talked about the interference, and that's a huge issue in terms of kind of the attempt to influence it both offline with bribes and online with all the disinformation. But there's been also really substantial and quite massive attacks on the IT infrastructure around the elections, which were not successful because this is something which was taken seriously. So while admitting that it's never going to be 100%, the very first thing that you need to do is admit that you have a problem. That's, the basic of dealing with any problem is admitting that you have it and starting to deal with it. Dealing with it involving all the different stakeholders. It's not that we agree on everything, but if we don't talk and don't try to figure it out together, we are in a bigger problem. So I think this is the second thing is really collaboration and trying to address these problems because they're just getting bigger.
Right. Evan, I see you nodding your head over there. I mean, what are some of the biggest challenges? I mean, Google is one of the companies that's certainly at the cutting edge of developing AI, which, as we know, can be a double-edged sword. What is a company like Google doing to address these issues that Martin just raised?
Yeah, first I would say, to Martin's point, I was hoping for some disagreement here, but I have to violently agree. We'll get there. I have to we agree on the socks, clearly. We've got the colorful socks memo. But, it's a huge, cybercrime is a huge industry. It's a $10 trillion industry globally. Cybercrime is about the same size as construction, the global construction industry, or the global healthcare industry. So we're not talking about seasonal campaigns. We're not talking about teenagers in basements anymore. We're not talking about attacks on government or military infrastructure anymore. We're talking about essentially persistent, universal cyber warfare. We're already in the era of just persistent cyber attacks. And so, the first thing that we have to do is to recognize that and to behave as if that's the case. Then with AI in the picture, to your point, Liz, first we have to make sure that we're securing the AI itself. If you fast forward to a world where AI is even more powerful than today, we have to make sure that AI is secure from cyber attack itself. Then we have to mitigate the risks of AI being used for cyber attacks. Deepfakes is a classic example of how AI is being used for, by bad actors, but it's not the only way. We also see AI being used to accelerate classic cyber attacks, exploitation of software vulnerabilities, for example. And I think at some point we're going to see agentic hackers emerge. So how are we as the Western world, how are we as the technology industry, how are we as Google going to get ready for that and use AI to drive greater safety first to mitigate those threats, but also to drive greater safety for the world, to eliminate software vulnerabilities, to eliminate social engineering, to ultimately lead to a safer world despite all those risks. That's our top priority right now.
So, but how does a company like Google, though, protect against some of the very risks that you just described? I mean, as a private company, obviously there's also an arms race going on around the world between and among companies, between and among countries. And in the case of a company like Google, I mean, you also have, a bottom line imperative. And so how are you balancing that with the essentially ethical need to root out, to make sure that the technology that you're developing isn't being used for nefarious purposes? Or do you have any responsibility in that regard?
We have a huge amount of responsibility, and we take it very seriously. In the context of AI specifically, we developed the Secure AI framework. It's called SAFE, which we've made available outside of Google through a coalition called COSI. It's a coalition with other players in the technology industry. By the way, we don't see security as a competitive field. We see security as something that's good for everyone. It's good for Google. There's no future in which Google is secure and Microsoft is not, to pick on your example, and we're happy about that. We're not happy about that. We want everybody to be secure. So we build things internally. We make them available externally. We're investing heavily in the space. And we have principles that we use for agentic development. We have principles that we use for AI products. We incorporate security by design into the products. And of course, we block and tackle the daily stream of actual attacks and threats out there. I can talk about any of that if you want in more detail, but we do everything from the very tactical responsive all the way to the very strategic. And our philosophy is to export that security outside of Google and try and make everybody secure.
I mean, Martin, from your perspective, is that enough?
No, and my worry is that we cannot rely on the companies here. Because, of course, it is in your interest as a corporation to make sure that your products work safely for you and your customers. There's no question about it. But I want to touch one important element which is really important for the AI, and that's the ethics of it. And ethics and security go hand in hand together. And this is where, I have to say I'm not really believing that this is something where we can rely on companies to be correct. One thing is obviously the example of Grok and the Grok manipulation. What guarantees are there, aside of potentially legislative ones, which actually also need to be enforced? That's nice to have a legislation. It needs to be enforced equally. To stop anyone, including you guys or just anyone else, from manipulating the AI models in a certain direction. Nothing. And honestly, your objective and the fiduciary duty of your management and leadership is to maximize the shareholder value. The more time people spend on a platform, the more ad revenue is the higher shareholder value. If it is the fake news that's driving it, and that's what we see out there, that's what we've seen regularly, even on a YouTube, it's basically the algorithms are being constantly trained, and now increasingly with AI, to push fake news, to push the most outrageous things, because it generates profit. And I think this is where we have the legislative need and challenge, and ultimately, in the age of AI, to need our own European AI, strong AI environment with our own AI models, because that's something where we can work hard to base it on our values that we cherish, and not to be dependent on other motivations that are out there. Because it's not criticism, it's just something which is legitimate, that the motivation is increasing shareholder value. And within the limits of the law, anything is done to increase the shareholder value. If it brings down the society, it's shareholder value is the objective.
There's no shareholder value if there's no Western society. But listen, I would say a couple of things. I fully agree that it's not up to companies like Google, and it shouldn't be up to companies like Google, to decide on the ethics of AI. That would be wrong. We can't do that. We don't have the authority, the power to do that. We don't know where the line should be drawn. We shouldn't define that line. We shouldn't draw that line. Society should draw that line. Lawmakers, universities, the actual behavior of users. Society should draw the line, and we should be responsible for enforcing that line. But we should not be responsible for drawing the line. We've tried that before. That was not the right answer, right? We should not be drawing the line. We're doing a number of things to help enforce the drawing of that line once it's drawn or as it's being drawn. There's a coalition called C2PA that focuses on content provenance. If you take a video, and the device that you're using implements C2PA, as Google Pixel does, for example, that video is stamped with a digital watermark that proves that that was shot by a camera. And as that video is propagated around social media and so on, to use your example, Martin, you can know with certainty that that video was shot by a camera, not by an AI. It was not made by an AI, and vice versa. So there are a number of efforts like that. None of those efforts is a silver bullet. It's a very complicated set of issues. But our focus is to enable the enforcement of that ethical line, not the drawing of the ethical line.
I mean, is that from the perspective of regulators, how valid of a position is that? It's almost a little bit like saying you could argue that the creator of Frankenstein has no responsibility for the creature that he created. I mean, we've heard so much talk in recent years about the need for guardrails, but from the industry's perspective, there's also plenty of arguments against. So where are we on this issue right now? And has it become even more imperative as AI has just grown, in leaps and bounds, and the double-edged nature of it becomes more and more apparent?
And I'm concerned it's going to be increasingly hard because, you can agree or disagree with Ray Kurzweil and the whole singularity thing, but the pace is definitely increasing, which in a proper deliberative legislative process, well, that takes time. That's one of the strong suits of democracy, but let's be honest, also can be perceived in weakness that, you just don't dictate things. That's where I think what we need to address is how do we ultimately legislate these things? Not reacting to what's now out there, but really having the big long-term vision. Now, Isaac Asimov came out with the laws of robotics years ago, and they're fundamentally really, really simple. And now, if you would try to address the current challenges, you would end up in a complicated details, but unless you have the strong, fundamentally value-based vision of this is what is important for the society, these are the freedoms, this is, the human agency that's, I believe, under threat from the AI, because unless you actually train your brain gets biologically weaker and not capable of doing things, and by replacing a number of the tasks where you train your brain by AI, we're losing agency. Unless we build in the safeguards in the society, not ultimately only about kind of regulating everything, but really strengthening the fundamentals, keeping the vision, this is the best guardrail, if it's a guardrail, if it's embedded in the society.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean that we shouldn't have clear rules. My concern is that we have on the European level now, the problem is that, we need to properly enforce our AI Act. While we are under pressure from the other side of Atlantic to dismantle it. We need to properly enforce the DSA, the Digital Services Act, which is requiring companies, for example, to be transparent about the algorithms. And we haven't been doing it properly, and we are, as a European Union, under blackmail from the US to dismantle it. And this is where I think it's time for Europe to stand up and be counted. We need to stand our ground for our own sake, because those who are saying loudly, oh, you are against the freedom of expression, are now doing exactly that. They are banning or pushing comedians away from airways. They're trying to suppress freedom of expression. That's what you see. That's the old recipe. So, yeah, don't have to get stronger.
So let me just quickly, you mentioned something, Martin, about the need for Europe to be able to essentially sort of develop its own AI and really have its own regime. We are also seeing this, I mean, obviously, in other parts of the world. The United States, you just mentioned how, regulations are falling there, which is great for companies, but it is not necessarily so great from a certain perspective in terms of being able to kind of regulate and have, keep an eye on or have guardrails around the nefarious purposes that AI could be used for. We're seeing development of a whole, AI regime in places like Saudi Arabia. China obviously is already, well developed. I mean, looking ahead, what does it mean for the world to have these different centers in the world that are developing their own AI capabilities, playing by their own rules, with no kind of global framework? I mean, where does this lead us, do you think?
Danger zone. And it doesn't mean that, we can afford not to do that. That's the sad reality. It's, the new nuclear proliferation and the new nuclear race in a different form. Mm-hmm. Not blatantly so physically destructive, but, we don't know what the future brings. Ultimately, I think, yes, it will be really important to try and make a big effort to come up to a global framework, to have certain limits for how, kind of something which is going to put a framework out there in a global sphere. But this doesn't mean that we can afford as a Europe in the meantime to do nothing. I think this is where, for me, the European AI doesn't mean that, Commission now gives the order and some institute will develop it. This is something that needs to be a product of a partnership across all the stakeholders, corporations, academia, civil society, importantly, because this is something which is nowhere else. No other place in the world has this richness that we have in Europe that we can use for having, well, the best and the grandest AI, one orange guy would say.
Evan, I mean...
Yeah, I would say a couple of things. First of all, as a European myself, I understand the need for European sovereignty in some of these issues completely. We've made a lot of effort to build sovereign products as Google for Europe. So we have this cloud offering in France, for example, which we announced a few months ago, which is with a partner in France. It's fully controlled by the French partner. It's Google technology, but it's essentially entirely sovereign. So I think there's a way to enable sovereignty without having to reinvent the wheel 100 times. And we're very focused on that. But to Martin's other point, I think it's really important for us to find a way to work together across companies and regulators and governments and academia in the Western democratic sphere. Because if we don't do that, we're just not going to be able to geopolitically succeed. It's not always easy in the circumstances, but I think it's going to be critical for our collective future to find ways to work together.
Just to comment on when you mentioned, yes, I agree, but for me, sadly, and I'm really sad seeing what's going on in the US, this means more working with Canada, working with Australia, and really countries which, so to say, take us as a fair partners and don't try to impose their will on us.
Mm-hmm. We're going to open it up to the audience for questions very shortly, and I understand that the youth group has some questions that they'd like to ask, so if people could get them ready and raise your hands so that we can call on you. It is a little hard to see from here. But before we go to your questions, I did want to ask, I mean, we could talk for a very long time about all of the threats that AI poses. And the reason I think people tend to talk about threats is because we see we see all sorts of things happening, whether it's, somebody getting a text on their phone saying urgent, contact your bank because something is happening, and really it's somebody trying to get your money, or whether it's, videos on TikTok or any other platform that are so easily formed and manipulated thanks to AI. That deliver, toxic messages. I mean, it's practically inescapable. But at the same time, AI is useful for a number of things. And one of the things I just was hoping that both of you could just give a very quick example of, we're here at the Democracy Forum. How has AI, the development of AI, actually been useful in terms of helping with democracy, whether it be gathering data, getting voices? Just give a couple of examples that hopefully will give us some hope.
You want me to start?
Yeah.
I'll give you a few examples where AI is making the world safer and therefore enabling democracy. First of all, in cyber defense, essentially the job of a cyber security defender is to find needles in haystacks. Find the one access to your network that's malicious, the one server that has a vulnerability. AI is great at that. And we're seeing huge productivity improvements, huge improvements in our ability to find and address threats thanks to AI. Secondly, in software vulnerabilities, if you're not familiar, essentially think of them as holes in software or errors in software that allow attackers to come in. This is the biggest enabler of cyber attacks in the world. 60% of cyber attacks are based on vulnerabilities. And we've developed technology that finds and fixes vulnerabilities automatically using AI. And we found several real-world vulnerabilities. We've disclosed them to the developers. We've had them fixed in open source software. In scams, if you use Gmail, we block 99.9% of spam email and phishing and so on, thanks to AI. We do something very similar on Android for your messages. And so I think there are many ways in which AI will make the world safer. I'm optimistic that despite the threats, we'll ultimately get to a place where entire classes of threats to the world will be eliminated thanks to AI, but it'll be a bumpy road from here to there. Mm-hmm. And it won't happen automatically, and we have to invest and take it seriously and get to that world.
Martin, do you have one quick example?
I'm always struggling with good examples. Not just on this. Right. Now, I agree with you that one of the things is, like, in terms of the security, it's about moving landscape. So yes, when before it was about the physical people looking for the zero-day exploits in your software, now both sides are deploying AI to find them, and it's a race. So you can say that, okay, it helped, but the other side is faster. So it's helping. It basically, for me, it's not about this is great, it helps. Mm-hmm. It's about that the whole environment in which we operate these things has changed, and that it's important to realize that, yes, we cannot ignore that the bad side has moved and be complacent. So both sides have to be up to date to try to address the challenges. Yeah. In democracy, though, I think this is where I think the way and we can try to utilize AI better is enabling the strengths of the civil society and kind of peer-to-peer communication. Yeah. I'm still concerned about the quality of the large language models in terms of interpretation. But with the growing knowledge, the potential is there, enabling really amazing leaps in the communication between the different languages.
So,
time, yeah.
With that, let me open. We have time for probably one question, I guess, from our young leaders. If you could hand them a microphone, it's pretty hard to see.
All right. Hello, I'm Tanisha. I'm from Oberlin College. My question is on the note of a potential collaboration between tech companies and governments. How do you think that your citizens and consumers will react to this, and how would you respond to them?
Is that for you? Is that for me? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
For me, it's about the fact that actually the governments have been working with the companies since ever. The challenge is we have to make sure that the people are involved, that the civil society is involved, not to make it exclusive partnership, so to say, because only that way we can build the trust.
I think that's right. The other thing I would say is we want to make sure that, when you try to regulate a field, you're regulating those who will be subject to that enforcement, to your point earlier. You're not regulating the bad guys from geopolitical jurisdictions where you're not going to be able to enforce. And so ultimately you end up regulating the good guys, not the bad guys. So we just have to make sure, as we do this, we're mindful of the end product of what we're collectively achieving.
Great. Well, thank you to you both. I mean, this debate could actually go on for a much longer time, and it's really hard to, even try to get, scratch the surface of answers in just half an hour. But you both have done a great job of doing that. And so I want to thank you for being here and thank all of you for participating in this panel. And please stick around. For our next panel, I want to welcome up to the stage now Lisa Witter of the Better Politics Foundation. Thanks.
That's all. That's all.
Algorithms now govern decisions affecting millions. Unlike autocrats, they promise objectivity. But algorithms inherit the biases of their creators in training data. Loan algorithms systematically discriminate against certain neighborhoods. Hiring systems favor male candidates because they learn from male-dominated datasets. These aren't bugs, they're programmed prejudices. So how do we harness algorithm power and prevent it from becoming digital autocrats? Through citizen oversight committees, randomly selected groups reviewing algorithm decisions before implementation. The algorithm presents its recommendation and reasoning. Citizens approve, reject, or demand revisions based on ethical concerns and real-world impact. Why citizens, though? Because they're the ones that live with the consequences and bring perspectives that algorithms cannot. Fairness, dignity, and moral judgment. The question isn't whether algorithms are better than autocrats. It's whether we'll let them become digital autocrats or build systems that remain accountable to humanity.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to ask us to do an experiment, which is going to bring the lights down in front of you. Many of us, I've noticed, this is a normal thing now, we multitask, and we look at our phones during the talks. Totally normal. I do it too. The algorithms really draw us in, maybe the email, maybe a child. I'm going to ask for an experiment. I get to be the autocrat of this 15-minute session. Maybe just put your phones away for 15 minutes. This isn't me being like a school marm or anything, just like I want to give you a mental health break. You can dream off of something else and not listen to Anne, Christine, and I, but for 15 minutes, it's a test to do this. And I want to start off in this conversation, are algorithms better than autocrats? With a thought experiment that I'll ask you all to respond to, and then Anne, Christine, I'll ask you to respond. So there's a flood. It's raining a lot outside. All of you have a hotel to get to, or maybe a home if you're here. And you have three choices for who's going to lead us through that flood. Choice number one is a flawed human being, politician, that will make the decisions on which routes to keep open or closed, who gets rescued first, all the things that happen in a flood, which are increasing now in the times of climate change. My son lives in Valencia, and the whole city shut down on Monday because a year ago, 200 people died because a flood happened. So number one, a flawed politician. Number two, an algorithm will most efficiently decide which routes to keep open, who gets the life rafts, assuming we've got biases, I know, we'll talk about this, or an autocrat who will be a strong command. There will be no argument. They will take charge. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hand. Try to do it as honestly. I know we're here at a democracy conference, but we heard this morning, if anyone was at the multilateral conversation, that monarchs deliver better for citizens than our very messy democracies. So how many people would choose the autocrat leaving today to help us get through the flood? Okay, either you're not, I'm going to think that's a hand. There's a couple low hands, thank you, How many would choose the flawed politician? Okay, and how many would choose the algorithm? Okay, so we've got algorithms over autocrats, but also over politicians. I'd love your thoughts.
Frightening. That's the start. When we started to talk about this, I thought, well, what's the difference with an autocrat and algorithm? Isn't an algorithm an autocrat, in a way? I still think that human politicians, flawed as they are, and they will always make mistakes, and they will always do things that we don't agree with, are still the backbone of our democracy and form the basis of which we have trust and respect for one another as society, which we need. An algorithm, on the other hand, for me, becomes a sort of deep state thing. We don't know who programmed it. We don't know what trades-offs were made and why. I taught, for some years ago, I had the privilege of teaching moral philosophy at Harvard for Professor Michael Sandel. And this kind of question is what we did, throughout that course. And then we started to dive into things like the trolley problem that I'm sure everyone here knows about.
Could you just tell people so they have it centered in their mind what that trolley problem is?
So there are versions of this, but basically you have a train out of control and you can pull a lever to take it onto a side track. And if it goes down the track it's already on, 5 people will die. And if you pull the lever, 1 person will die. What do you do, for example? And what you find then is there are always trade-offs. And an algorithm can't do that for us. Efficiency versus solidarity, messiness of life, I don't think is a good way to go forward.
And why not? I mean, what you're basically, for those of folks who chose the algorithms, what they're saying is we're optimizing for efficiency, right? And people make mistakes. So are you saying it's better to live with the mistakes of more people dying than the flood? I mean, it's humanity, right? Like, oh, you made the human decision to choose the person, but isn't the better decision for the most to choose the most efficient way? And that would be the algorithm. They'll make less mistakes, right?
In the short term.
Aren't you a nihilist, actually?
A nihilist, perhaps. Well, maybe. It is in the short term. But, the system-wide, this is not going to happen. The algorithms will make mistakes. And for other decisions, getting into the granularity of that will be impossible. We must accept risk. We must accept that there are human responsibility for things. We're not going to get it right. I know we talked about it. I'm very skeptical to this idea that the algorithm somehow knows better than us. And I see this as a trend of sort of trying to replace God with an algorithm, of sort of outsourcing responsibility to some being outside of us, an exterior. So I think, yes, unfortunately, sometimes it is the cost of being human.
Well, algorithm replacing God. It's super interesting because a lot of the folks building the big LLMs now are very Christian in their background. And how do they see God and algorithms going together? They must see them paired.
So that's a really interesting question. So what we see is, one thing is, how do we as a society feel overwhelmed and lack of agency? And so we want somebody to make those decisions for us that have the power to make good decisions, right? Mm-hmm. We don't want to make these decisions if we don't have the information, we don't know what resources we have, and so on. And it's tough. It's tough to make bad decisions. When it comes to some of the tech milieu, we see that, yes, there is a sort of playing God, the Frankenstein tendency, but then we have the whole undercurrent of transhumanism, which is sort of replacing God, which I think is quite scary, and this quest for immortality and all of that, which I find rather arrogant.
Rather arrogant. So I want to go back to the role of representative democracy that we have now. And there was a poll 2 summers ago that covered around 35 countries, where 51% of the respondents wanted AI to replace politicians. We're heading toward, that's not a scenario, right? We now have AI politicians. This is happening more and more. What do you predict is going to happen? Because people are giving away agency for efficiency, right? They're saying, I rather have, my life taken care of than have agency. And if that's the case, then was democracy a thought experiment in this short blip of history?
I think we are in a situation where we might come to the point where democracy was a thought experiment. If we continue on the trajectory we are now, if we don't claim it back, we see that there are more and more non-democracies in the world, even those who call themselves democracies, sometimes fall foul of this. I think we need to think differently. We need to think about what's the role of experts, what's the role of the civil service in making decisions to manage resources. Politicians were never micromanaging these things, so we will have a civil service, you will have other bureaucracies that can do efficiency, who can make those cost calculations, and then advise politicians who again then can tell the voters and the civic population what's possible or not. So I think yes to the experts, yes to civil service, yes to the rule of law, yes to trust in public institutions, rather than an algorithmic state.
So yesterday, I spent time in a parliamentary caucus. We ran Better Politics Foundation with my colleague Hussam, and maybe there's some of the parliamentarians here talking about trust, leadership, and AI. In the end, we built a little agent to help us do policy analysis, so using the algorithm to aid. And in this discussion, trust came down, the research says that trust comes down for politicians to 3 things: benevolence, integrity, and competence. So this is important. Can AI have those things? Can we trust it if they build in these 3 things?
I think, yes, of course, we can trust technology in general. If it's safe, tested, transparent, made accountable, the people who are using it. So I'm not saying, no to algorithms and let's go back to doing everything with pen and paper. But I am saying we have to make sure that human beings are in charge. Now, in the UK, we've had reported that one of our ministers have been using ChatGPT for policy suggestions and advice. And I think, well, then we have a problem, because, of course, it's the people he represents that should give him advice on what policies. And I don't think we as a population will feel heard if we know ChatGPT is the one who's decided whether or not I get, for example, help with curing cancer. So yes, technology is great, but let's make sure we stay on top of it.
But can't you do both?
Yes, you can, and let's do that, right? But let's not have algorithmic elections, right? I don't believe in the sort of the Albanian minister, digital minister, and the Saudi Arabian citizens thing. I think these are gimmicks. At the end of the day, we want efficiency, we want good technology, but we want to also relate to one another as human beings.
Let's step back a little bit, and I didn't ask you this so I'm throwing this on you, but you can take it, I know. She walked in the rain to get here, so I know she can handle any agile moments. You get a magic wand. It doesn't have to be about technology. You get a magic wand to not just defend democracy now, but actually go on the offense. What do we do?
What do? We get rid of the corruption of the infosphere. We put in regulation to make sure that we as citizens and people have access to plurality of information, the veracity of information, when we know where it's coming from.
And what's stopping us from doing that?
Real politics, I would say.
Say more.
I think this is possible, and we have seen attempts at regulation for this, but then we have different cultures, but we have a very strong certain lobbyists that, under a misguided notion of freedom of speech, thinks that somehow having algorithms that push dangerous, harmful content on people all the time is somehow free in the marketplace of ideas. So I think commercial interests I think malicious political motives drive a lot of this.
So I want you, in your last word, to put on your hat as a philosopher, someone who thinks and teaches philosophy. This is our sort of first principle moment. What is your advice to this crowd? What's the first principle that we need to go back to in democracy? You got technical in a very good way. Let's regulate the infosphere. You know, let's have pluralistic topics. Great. Bring us back up. What's the first principle to leave everyone with?
I think we need to start being bored. I think we spend so much time on our digital scrolling and constantly being stimulated that we don't have the space to think, to daydream, to trust one another. So I think that, you know, if there's one thing we can all do is practice a bit of boredom.
I'm curious because I see people with their phones out. Of course, you have agency to do whatever you want. But I keep telling my kids that the winners and losers of their future will be people who can pay attention and can be bored. And we know this is important for the brain. And so it's not just technical solutions, it's human solutions. And the great thing about that is you're in control. So with that, I really want to thank you for your expertise. And as we walk off, one of the things I want to leave you with hope for the 51% of you who decided to replace politicians with algorithms. At the Better Politics Foundation, we're looking at the political leaders who are the ones still in this realpolitik moment that will decide our destiny, if you think we don't have full state capture, of whether or not the algorithms or the autocrats, or with the autocrats, will be in charge of us. And I'm going to leave you with a short clip of a documentary we're doing of politicians around the world that are really going back to the citizens, seeing the innovation. The crazy idea of an innovation is actually co-creating and co-governing with citizens. So with that, we'll roll the film.
City, I would like to go in a Europe not only with peace, but also with social justice.
Smart city is not something that appears one day. It's a whole process of changing many things.
I'm convinced that we need to have change on our decision making.
Well, I vote. I'm all for boredom as well. I have to say one of the favorite things sitting on my desk at the office is this little picture frame somebody gave me. It's a photo of a brick wall, and it says, Achilles, don't forget to stare at the wall. Now, lunch. So if you want to have lunch, please listen, because there's 3 lunches taking place. The first one is by Lumina Foundation, supported by Lumina Foundation, silencing the academy, and that is all the way downstairs at the Arts Lounge. The second lunch is supported by Global Challenges Foundation on multilateralism, and I'll be going to that, and there's a secret way to go there, which is that way and turning right, so follow me. That's the Omega 2 room. And the third lunch is supported by TikTok on information integrity. And that's at the Garufalis room, which is upstairs. You can take the lift, or there's another way to walk up the stairs, but the ladies outside will guide you to that. So, Lumina Foundation downstairs, Global Challenges Foundation, that door and turn right to Omega 2, and TikTok upstairs through the lift or the stairs. Thank you. And we'll be back here. What time are we back here? 2:40, 2:30.
sound. Can you hear me? 20,000 people, invisible in plain sight. That is how one of my board members described my community at our very first board meeting. My name is Jacob Duku Avelino Ida. I'm the founder and executive director of the Republic of South Sudan Leaders, better known as Ross Leaders. We are the largest South Sudanese youth-serving organization in the United States. I was born in Khartoum, Sudan, as my family was escaping the Second Civil War. After being forced out of Juba, we made our way to Khartoum, and then to Cairo, and finally to JFK in New York City, where we thought we had left all of our problems behind us. My family eventually settled in Omaha, Nebraska, home to figures such as Malcolm X, Warren Buffett, and the world boxing champion of the world, Terrence Bud Crawford. Omaha was foreign to us, but it quickly became home as it grew into the Mecca for South Sudanese people in the diaspora. With a population of 20,000 South Sudanese, we by far had the largest African immigrant community in the state. Although Omaha was visibly much more peaceful than the Sudan we had left behind, the invisible social and psychological challenges we faced as young people presented a war of its own. We were met with challenges of racism, gang violence, an opioid crisis that was destroying our community. This was all while dealing with the unhealed trauma of war after decades. Quickly, the media used us as an easy target and began painting us as the problem, leaving our voices unheard and our people unseen, or as the board member would say, invisible in plain sight. Enough was enough. We knew we had to change the trajectory of how our people were being viewed. Alongside a group of like-minded leaders, we founded Ross Leaders. Amid everything that divided us, we focused on the things that united us: education, sports, culture, and career advancement. While confronting racism and discrimination, we committed ourselves to going beyond and to doing more so that the next generation of South Sudanese youth would have a better future than we did. Our MORE motto stood for M, mentorship, O, opportunities, R, resilience, and E, exposure. And today, that community-based approach has empowered over 1,500 South Sudanese lives worldwide. As we continue to represent the youngest country in the world, we are actively rewriting the narrative of our people by doing the work at the grassroots level. The great Nazir Jones once said, "What comes first, peace or the paper?" Before I had a piece of paper, peace was in my favor. At Ross Leaders, we're not waiting for peace promises and agreements from political heads to pass before we provoke change. We're making it happen now. We're building a nation from the ground up, at the local level, with our community as the main priority. Together with leaders who are committed to making a change, we are making sure that the next generation of South Sudanese youth all around the world are well equipped with the resources and networks they need to become the future leaders of tomorrow. From the rural villages of Capoeira in the Equatorian region, to Rumbek in Lake State, to towns in Juba, even Kampala, Uganda, to cities in the United States, such as Omaha, Nebraska, Manchester, New Hampshire, Des Moines, Iowa, Phoenix, Arizona, just to name a few. We're making sure that the positive contributions of our people are being recognized. Our story at Ross Leaders reflects the resilience and perseverance of immigrant communities all around the world. Today, immigrants worldwide are being marginalized and oppressed more than ever. My ask to you all is simple. Do your part in ensuring that their voices are heard and that their stories are seen. As the late Pope Francis reminded us, migrants are not a danger, they are in danger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. That was great, and I wanted to mention that Jacob came to us through, a couple different avenues, through our partnership with the Open Society Foundations and the Democracy Hub, the L Hub, and the Obama Foundation. If he didn't mention in the beginning, he's an Obama Fellow, so we are just really pleased that he was able to be here with us. Now I'd like to welcome Anissa Drabu to the stage from Confluence Media. She's going to speak to us about storytelling and how building narratives can be a vehicle for driving change and driving impact. And she'll talk to us about the work that she's doing in India with her new company, Confluence Media. Thank you.
Come then, and let us pass a leisure hour in storytelling. And our story shall be the education of our heroes, by all means. These are not my words. These words were spoken under the same sky, on the same earth, in Greece, almost 2,500 years ago. It is Plato's words. He said the guardians of a state must be raised on stories, for it is stories that shape culture, carry values, and inspire action. Please don't mistake me. I don't necessarily agree with everything that Plato said, but his prediction about storytelling is something that we cannot ignore. Many centuries after Plato, in my own land, India, another man showed the world how stories could shape nations. Today, 2nd October, marks his 156th birth anniversary. Frail, wrapped in loincloth, half naked, he redrew the map, and he brought the greatest empire in history, brought down the greatest empire of history, and he showed us how nonviolence templates will work, and all of it through great storytelling. I'm speaking of Gandhi. He wasn't just a freedom fighter, but he was a master storyteller. Stories, he showed us, can liberate the silenced, but also hold power to account. This is the core of what we do at Confluence Media. I'm the co-founder of Confluence Media. We are journalists, storytellers, writers, impact specialists who are bound by a shared belief in the power of the narrative. We tell stories that are fragile, that are on the brink of disappearance, that are difficult and marginal. At the heart of our work lies our narrative to empower storytellers from the global south, to decolonize storytelling. For far too long, our stories have been told to the world by parachuting well-meaning people who couldn't even pronounce our names properly. And this is something I was talking to somebody yesterday. Over the last decade, as we witnessed a global wave of autocratization, when the space for storytelling was shrinking, resources were scarce, and censorship was rising, the mainstream media we saw became lapdogs for those in power. We decided to start Confluence Media. at a time when many liberal spaces had grown complacent, recycling the same formats, failing to reinvent stories, and not reaching the masses, we chose a different path. We wanted to build a new model, a model that is different from the existing journalism models since the last 3-4 centuries that are subscription-based, dependent. They are dependent on advertisements and also on government subsidies. Have we achieved our plans? No, not at all. But in our little workspace, besides growing cucumbers and chilies in our small terrace garden, we probably have created a unique model. What is that model? Research and development is the core of how we develop our stories. Imagine a pharma lab where everything begins with research and ends with a product. We work in a similar way. We constantly research, document, build stories around crucial issues in the world, from climate change to gender to capitalism, crony capitalism, to climate change and education. Besides sticking to usual standards of fact-checking and cross-verification, interviews, collection of data, we need immense amount of patience in our storytelling. And that is where our journalistic and academic abilities come in. Where most journalists' stories end, we really begin. I must emphasize the classical investigative journalism model and long writing format are still very, very critical to us, and we do a lot of work around it. We continue to enable some of the most impactful investigative journalists and collaborations, not just in Global South, but across the world. They become investigative pieces, but primarily they become the basis for the kind of stories that we try to adapt on screen. For example, when we started Confluence Media, around that time, we heard a jailer from one of the most violent jails of the world and biggest prisons in Asia was writing his memoir with another journalist. We reached out and secured the rights of the memoir that he was writing because it dealt with a lot of real issues that the prisoners and people were facing. It was just the world which was so fascinating for us to tell the story about. We added our own research on it. For example, small details like what are the vehicles like, what is the protocol like, what's the language they speak, what is the kind of food they eat. So just the world of prison and the whole world just became very, very rich because of that. After the research is done, we step back and we let the material guide us. This amorphous creature of research take shape. Will this story become a podcast? Will it become a documentary, a web series, or a film? We don't know initially. So we just give it a thought, we deal with it, and after a lot of thinking, we see if a story can be told in a non-fictional manner. That's the path we chose. But often the stories that are very difficult to tell in a non-fiction manner and the kind of governments we are living in, it's not easy to tell the stories, we take a fictional route. A story must be told whatever the path. The next step is how do we put faces to the stories? Looking for characters who humanize the data and bring it alive. Our characters slowly take shape, those horses that draw the cart of data and research. And characters they are the ones we relate to on screen, and they will tell the story. We're not filmmakers or financiers or producers, and know that we need collaborations to take the story far. So we seek partnerships of all kinds. After a year of research on the jail story that I was talking about, we approached one of India's finest directors who had just created Netflix's first Indian original, Sacred Games. From then on, the director became the captain of the ship, and we became the enablers. This was our next step, a bold step, that we need collaborations across, and we cannot be consumed by our ego or limitations. Once the story is developed, we partnered with platforms, and careful pitching and reshaping took shape. While doing all of this, we have committed ourselves to embracing emerging technologies, something that many media houses in the global south or otherwise have failed to do over the last half a century. And media has been lazy and slightly intimidated by social media and the internet, failing to keep pace. Meanwhile, autocracies have grown. Today, 3 out of every 4 people live under an autocracy, the highest in the last 5 decades. As we are witnessing a violent world, we know false stories give birth to genocides and wars. We are seeing citizens trapped in generational violence and suffering because authoritarians control the narrative. I have seen it myself growing up in the conflict-torn region of Kashmir, one of the highest militarized zones in the world. We are building tools and technology to empower local storytellers in the global south, because decolonizing storytelling is a must, and it means owning our own narratives, using our own tools, and refusing to let others simplify our complex worlds. Oh, I forgot to tell you what happened with our jailer's memoir. The story turned into a web series, premiered this year worldwide on Netflix, stayed #1 in India for weeks, entered the global 10 non-English shows, and won awards and critical acclaim. But more than that, it sparked conversations on justice and rights. Please go and check out Black Warrant. It's available on Netflix, which talks about prison reforms and jail reforms and access to justice. Today, we have more than a dozen stories in development: documentaries, scripted series, feature films, and podcasts. These are all based on our real journalism, our investigations, and the real world that we all face. Stories that cannot be told in a fictional manner, in a non-fictional manner. We're trying to see ways in which we can even fictionalize and tell them so that they reach the wider audience. We're preparing to launch YouTube channels and also building a streaming platform to break the monotony of the global streaming platforms, probably one day. It's a dream, but if these years have taught us anything, it is that to be foolish and dream. We need to do this because liberals consumed by egos and comfort zones have endangered us, leaving our stories to be misinterpreted and lied about, spreading falsehood and hatred. And the propagandists have enabled the rise of authoritarian regimes. I will sign off again with what Plato was trying to say. Stories are not just entertainment, they are the education of leaders and nations. To tell them well is our greatest act of freedom. Thank you.
Hey, hello. Welcome. Thank you. And Please join us for this last for the day from me, and the easiest because, of course, our two guests need no introduction. Your own mayor, Mayor Dukas, and my former mayor, Mayor Bill de Blasio from New York, which, if I may say, the greatest city in the world, maybe after Athens.
In Athens, you say that New York is the best city. I mean,
we're New Yorkers.
But Athens is the original city.
Yes,
the original
Athens
great
is the
city.
original city.
the first and original.
Yes, first and original, absolutely. So, since you both are the mayors, have been the mayors of such great cities, I just want to start off with the tough question first, because you're used to that. You're a big city mayor, right? So the tough question I want to ask, cities, our cities, not just in the United States, but in the world, have gotten so big, so dynamic. They've always been that. They have always been the engines of wealth, the engines of culture, of dynamism, but they're also seem to be becoming unruly. They've always been unruly, but with great wealth comes great inequality, bigger wealth, bigger problems. Yes. Do you think there's something about cities today that is becoming too big for democracy? Are our democratic structures enough to handle the big cities of today?
Mm-hmm. Shall I start? Okay, so I think that first of all, it's really important that you start with social inequalities and democracy, because this is the heart of our role, in my point of view. It's important to manage and operate the different processes of the city, but the most important is to keep the city alive, to understand what people feel what they want, and try to connect with them and stay connected with them. Yeah. Imagine that Athens has 10 million visitors. We are a global destination, touristic destination. So someone could suggest that this means growth. Yes, but in addition, it increases inequalities and the gap between poor and rich. So what's really important and the most difficult job for mayors is to target actions towards social cohesion, to secure that what we are doing will leave no one behind, or at least will try to leave no one behind. So, in a way, mega cities have great difficulties, like Athens has many great difficulties, but also the case is that we have progressive mayors in cities, while we don't have so many progressive policies in a way, in a national and global level. This means that democracy is still alive in cities. Yes. And that it's dynamic and it's evolving, and in my point of view, this is the key priority when we discuss about ruling a city. Yeah.
Okay, so you identified social cohesion. Bill, is that enough? I mean, New York is a city of 10 million people from all over the world, like many cities are. How do you even do that? Or do you think there's something else that we need to be looking at?
I think we have a social cohesion crisis in our cities around the world. There's no question, to pick up on your original question. And we have an inequality crisis that is literally not sustainable. So if we continue on this path, richer, richer, richer for some, poorer, poorer, poorer for others, it will not work. And there has to be a recognition among those in power and elites that this is literally a path of doom right now. Hadis and I have been talking quite a bit the last few days about the role that cities can play in restoring the democratic impulse. Because what we're seeing, and I'll say for my own nation, what we're seeing in the United States, I'm deeply concerned about our democracy, but that's at the national level. When I think locally, when I see what's happening in cities around the whole country, I see a much more vibrant level of participation, democratic impulse, connection, ownership. But the problem is if we don't nurture that. So Hadis and I have talked about, for example, how important it is to go into communities and listen and try to show some connection between what people say to you and some outcome they can actually feel. because that is a beginning of restoring democracy. Democracies around the world are not going to survive at what we think about as the national government level. That's been a huge problem. But the hope is at the grassroots.
So you're talking about what you as leaders do. What else, though, who else needs to be involved? Are there new kinds of institutions, new groupings, new coalitions? Like, what are you looking for beyond what you as leaders can do?
First of all, we need trustful cooperation with the government. You know, in Greece, many municipalities are not so strong in terms of money, personnel, and authorizations. So, for instance, we are not able to solve traffic. Outside is raining. Imagine that different roads belong to different parties, have different responsibilities. For instance, the region has the responsibility of some roads. I have the responsibility of other roads. Ministries are responsible for other roads, just for flood. So we need to be very transparent in responsibilities and then to create alliances, in my point of view, among cities. So we have common problems, similar issues to be discussed. And for instance, I'm not discussing only about Greece, about Europe. I was in Brussels 2 days ago discussing with the President of the European Council, Costa, about social housing. That should not be a financial product. We should not financialize housing because it is social good. This means that we will not solve this by a new bond, a social bond, but by providing money for people to live in houses. This is critical, and such alliances could help people gain trust, because imagine what we are discussing with Bill, that we have, for instance, participatory workshops, okay? And we say that it is really critical to create social houses for the poorest. And we agree on that. But then I don't have the money. And I have to go to the government says it's the European Commission, so then trust goes low, and we don't have vision, and we don't have then people with us.
But I do think we have to create that demand. So to pick up on Haris's point, we in New York City have also begun the process of community participatory budgeting. So this means in every neighborhood, some amount of the city budget, maybe a small amount to begin.
It's small.
But it's meaningful because people in the community care, whether it's hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, they care to be able to decide, does that go to a local park? Does that go to a local school? What would be the thing that is most important? And there's an actual democratic process of voting. It's not perfect, but what I am picking up from Haris's point is, the more local, it's almost like we have to devolve. We have to recognize that our national government structures, at this moment in history, and it gets back to your original question, they have become tools of the elite in a very modern way. Of course, governments historically, kings and dictatorships, serve the elite. That's not new. But we had a period since World War II of thinking we were building more and more democracy. And in fact, in recent years, with the rise of oligarchy in many Western nations, we're going backwards at the national level. But at the local level, people care deeply. They're more educated than ever in history. They have more information available than any point in human history. And there's tremendous energy. We have to find a way to make sure that Athenians can make decisions for Athens, not be at the whim of a national government, just like New Yorkers need more power to make their own decisions. That's when people get energized. So you asked about the constituencies, whether it's people who live in social housing, public housing, whether it's veterans, whether it's young people. There are so many needs that go ignored. But if you bring power back locally and demand that it come back locally, you actually have the possibility of showing people a direct result of their democratic involvement. That is not easy. but at least it's a path out of this darkness we're in now.
Right. So let me bring you now to the question. It doesn't take long in any discussion of cities and urban life to start talking about housing. Like that is the number one question, I think, in just about any big city around the world. Like there are millions and millions of tourists. Everyone wants to come to our cities, but somehow no one can afford to actually live there, right? Like that is, you know, I think it's almost universal in big cities that that's the number one concern of people who live there. Do you, like, why is it, or what do you think it will take to break that deadlock of things actually changing? I mean, is it changing in Athens? Like, what do you think is necessary? I mean, Bill, you were mayor for 2 terms. The housing problem clearly is not solved.
Correct.
I mean, what do you think it will take?
As I previously said, we should not financialize housing. It's not an asset. That's right. It's a social, very important thing that we should care. And in a way, this is not happening. Let's see the data. We had this carrying capacity study in Athens, and we saw that there are specific neighborhoods that are oversaturated. So there is no balance between tourists and local citizens, people living there. So then we need to react on that. We had this carrying capacity study, and the message was 1 year ago that we are not like Barcelona, where the problem is huge, but we should act like we are Barcelona. So I have also a detailed discussion with my colleague, the mayor of Barcelona, and we are having this Mayors for Housing Alliance in Europe. So what we said, we should stop new Airbnb apartments in these neighborhoods, first thing. And second thing, we created an office that will save the neighborhood of God. What's the neighborhood of God? It's Plaka. It's the neighborhood nearby Acropolis, which we don't like to be a mall, but would like to keep the origin like it is for thousands of years. So we said that we should preserve Plaka, we should secure that it's not a touristic mall, but it's a place that tourists can be there and see, but also people live. And then we are having a continuous communication with hotels. And we are discussing what new hotels and which height. I mean, imagine that there are skyscrapers so tall that you cannot see Acropolis. This is a wrong message. For many reasons, also for the obvious of climate change. We need to reduce cement. And of course, we need to secure that we can see Acropolis. So we had also almost unanimous decisions in our council about specific constraints for building skyscrapers and in general for cement. And why we are doing all this because we consider that we have a duty to keep Athens dynamic, alive, and to keep it vivid for citizens and to keep the balance with tourists. Otherwise, it will also the touristic product will be diminished.
But I want to note that there's a possibility in these examples that the Haris is giving, again, a possibility of restoring some democracy, encouraging the belief that something can change. Because these 2 examples, Airbnb became an epidemic in cities all over the world, and their very model, Airbnb's model was to defy government regulation, to have no involvement of the local community, and simply make money. Now, I understand many tourists like to take advantage of it, and I understand some people like to earn the money by renting out their apartment. But the problem is there was no consideration for the general good, for the community. Now you see this good backlash. You see people fighting back, as Haris have done and other mayors have done, to say we will no longer allow it. Equally, with the example of protecting the Acropolis and the area around the Acropolis and the view of the Acropolis, this defines Athens. Now, do we have any illusion that there are some people in the private sector, with all due respect to them, that if they could make a lot of money and ruined the view of the Acropolis, they would make a lot of money. They wouldn't care that it destroyed something that had been thousands of years of identity for Athens. It is the government's responsibility to represent the people's interest and protect Athens and its uniqueness in the world. Now, when the people see that a local government actually succeeded against these powerful forces, that restores some of the democratic trust and impulse, and then people want to be involved more. To your bigger question, I like Haris's formulation, we cannot financialize housing. There is nowhere in the world today where the private sector alone produces enough housing that people can afford if they're working people, low-income people, even in New York City, middle-class people can't afford the housing. Why don't we acknowledge the only way forward is with a substantial role for the public sector? Now, we can work with the private sector. We can incentivize, we can improve regulation, we can find partnership. But in many cases, the only way we're going to have enough affordable housing is we subsidize it, or the government plays a direct role in producing it. In New York City, we came up with a very simple formula. We said we used our power to decide how big development could be, how big a building could be, how dense a building could be, and we said you can't build to the developers. We said you cannot build the building you want to build unless you give us affordable housing for the community. And in the same building, even if it's a luxury building, there had to be affordable housing for working class people and middle class people. It's not perfect, but it's an example of something tangible that contributes to improvement. And again, every time a working class person sees there's a place for them, back to the social cohesion, they see they actually belong and their city gives them value, you have a chance of restoring some democracy.
So do you feel like when will you feel like you were successful in dealing with that, establishing that balance? Like the citizens of Athens, what should they look for as a measure of success on housing?
First of all, for housing, you said?
Yes, housing.
Okay. We said that we had a detailed study submitted also to the European Commission saying that till 2030 we should have 1,000 apartments for social housing.
Okay.
Now we have 0. So, and it's crazy that we are also having this Mayors for Housing Alliance, and I know also Bill created thousands of social houses that we don't have a specific budget for that. What we are trying to do, I think we are the only capital that has 0 social houses. What we are trying to do is that we have some programs for subsidizing renovations, for having then some people there with a rent that is moderate, or we subsidize the rent. But again, we are discussing now having these subsidizations and then these families living under these programs, around 200 families, 300 families. We are planning to have some first apartments.
Okay.
10 keys will be delivered within the next months, but 10, which means 10 apartments. So we had this discussion with the commissioner, Mr. Jorgensen, and we are telling him, give us the power and the money. No centralization, decentralization. We should be able to have a fund, the mayors, the cities, in order to be able to construct houses for equity, for poorest people, for vulnerable families, in order to promote social cohesion. Otherwise, it's really difficult if we have to discuss with ministries, governments, European Commission, then we lose time, effort with no result. And this is the discussion now in Brussels, that we will have a separate tool, hopefully, just for addressing social housing, directly related with cities. Otherwise, it will always very complicated.
Yeah, and look, just a quick point. I think this kind of demand, I think the public can understand this, to say effectively the public is being cheated. because they need housing, and then there's all these levels of government standing in the way of them getting it, whereas the local government could do it for them. We have to create that as a political demand. What I've seen is that if we accept the current politics, we're doomed. Right? Now, it's not easy to change the terms of engagement or how we think about the political process, but I do think what you're seeing around the world, this Airbnb example is very powerful all over the world, is if you say to people, we don't accept this status quo, we must change it, then you can put pressure upward on national governments to release some of that power. If it becomes unpopular enough, what they are doing, there's a chance to create some decentralization. But it's the famous Frederick Douglass quote from the United States, power grants nothing without a demand. I think the challenge of democracy now, if we're going to decentralize, we have to increase the demand level, we have to increase the consequences for national governments if they don't let go.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I want to ask you both about that conflict between cities and national government. I mean, that is a big one, and it's happening all over the world. But Bill, just one last question about housing in New York. I mean, New York is also one of the wealthiest cities in the world. Like, there is plenty of money there, and there's plenty of demand for housing, political demand for housing. What did you learn about being mayor? About like why is it not possible to sort of unlock the money for housing to meet the demand that's there? And
well,
do you have some advice for the next mayor?
Of course, and I would say, first of all, you reminded me of something I said a lot when I was going around the United States in 2019 talking about the changes we needed. I said there's plenty of money in the world, it's just in the wrong hands. We have a profound inequality imbalance. That money was so often created by working people, but concentrated by a very few wealthy. And ironically, the wealthy got much richer during the pandemic, globally. And now in our country, in the United States, President Trump and the Congress have given them even further tax cuts. So let's be clear, the money is there. The question is, can states and cities, can regional governments, local governments, summon the courage and have the power to increase the demand on wealthy people? Now, every place is different. Luckily in the United States, because we're a federal system, states could continue to deepen the taxes demanded of the wealthy, even if the national government's going the other way. So this is a movement. By the way, fascinating, if you look at public opinion polling in the United States, not only Democrats, not only independents, even Republicans believe that the wealthy are not paying their fair share in taxes. So this is a very fertile opportunity to build a movement to demand that change, so we do have some of the resources. It is literally a money problem. It's not a physical problem, ultimately. Because in New York City, to finish the answer to your question, yes, we need to, obviously, we could build more housing and make sure that it is, to the maximum extent, affordable. And sometimes that means subsidies, sometimes that means improving regulation. There's things we can do that's about building. But the real hope is to subsidize the housing that people are in. If someone is paying rent in a privately owned building, the rent keeps going up and they can't keep up. The rent is going up faster than wages. The government can step in and solve that problem with a simple subsidy. If the money, I hate this, this sounds too simplistic, I know, but I actually believe it's true. If the money is in the hands of a wealthy few who have benefited from government policy, let's remember this, they got wealthy in part because of national government policies that continued to empower them and enrich them. A tax, if you said, I imagine in Athens, I know in New York City, most cities in the world, you said we want a tax on the wealthy, people who make millions or billions of dollars, so that we can subsidize tens of thousands of apartments for working class Athenians, working class New Yorkers to stay in the city they built. That would be overwhelmingly popular, but we have to build that demand.
Right, so you're in favor of a wealth tax, just to put it on
100%. A wealth tax, which I think you're seeing all over the world, is the solution that makes sense to people.
And in a way, the dilemma is always centralization versus decentralization. It's closed systems or open systems. It's giving the power to the people or to a few. So this is, in a way, the fight for democracy. If we want to, let's say, try to redesign democracy, then we need to provide additional effort for enhancing the capabilities of the cities. Otherwise, one or two ministers and the oligarchy will design and redesign democracy for them, not for us.
So this brings me now, again, to this question of the tension, the conflict between cities and national governments. And I think it's fair to say, in many places, this has become part of the populist playbook, that the cities become the symbol of wealth, inequality, cosmopolitanism. They can become an easy target for many of those ideas and, sometimes valid concerns and frustrations for sure. So if that is the populist playbook, often part of the anti-democratic playbook, what do you offer as the sort of playbook for cities to counteract that? I mean, having both of you have some experience with this.
First of all, things are really difficult all around the globe. We have mayors arrested, mayors in jail, and some colleagues say, but there is corruption in the city level. And then the question is, the corruption is only for progressive mayors. So you can understand that things are getting tough when we are fighting for democracy at the city level. Some people and national governments don't like to have progressive policies to fight for the workers and the poorest. I support and I provide my solidarity, for instance, to Ekrem İmamoğlu. I provide my solidarity to the mayor of Budapest when there was a conflict with the national government about minorities. And in general, we need to provide solidarity towards mayors and in general people that fight for democracy. Otherwise, if we say, okay, just check about the garbage management, then we will have new policies that will create, let's say, oligarchies and, in a way, strong inequalities. Imagine that in Athens, one number, ending this year, we will have 5,000 more families asking for support for food for their children from us. 5,000 families plus from the previous year.
Look, I think your question is so important, and I really appreciate it because in the end, let's say right-wing populism. I'll just say it that way because I personally do not believe all populism is bad. I think there is a progressive populism that can energize people and move people, but also be responsible in governing to actually tangibly benefit people.
Okay.
But if you say right-wing populism in the sense you just connected to actually anti-democratic impulses, I think the reality is, and I think Zorhan Mamdani in New York is actually giving us a very powerful example.
Many would call him a populist, in fact.
I think he is a populist in the best sense, a progressive populist, but here's what I love. There's a wonderful phrase that emerged in the 1930s and 40s, I think, in the United States, and they called it sewer socialism. And it was a notion of mayors. There were some socialist mayors around the country and progressive mayors. And in some ways, Fiera LaGuardia in New York was an example of this. They were very progressive, but extremely practical. So to pick up on what Haris just said, they did make sure the garbage was collected, and they did make sure that parks were improved and schools were made better. Very tangible, while also working for a bigger notion of equality. And that combination of tangible service, pragmatic service to people with a bigger vision, can be extremely compelling and can, again, restore some faith in democracy. But where the danger is, and you identified it, if people with progressive ideas fall into elitism themselves, we can't fight oligarchy, we can't fight wealth and power if we become elitists ourselves. And I think it's an easy and unfortunately clear indictment of so many progressive forces, progressive parties around the globe in recent decades, that they became too institutionalized, too bureaucratic, too elite, too connected, certainly in the United States, to their political fundraising apparatus, their political donors. So the public understood that. And so that's where I think the danger you identified became clear. If people started to see more focus on elites than on working people, they get alienated. If they see more focus on social issues, now social issues are very important, but they never compare to economic, what we would say, kitchen table, practical issues, rent, the transportation, food. If we're not leading with those kitchen table pragmatic issues and doing something tangible for people, it's very easy for anti-democratic forces to paint progressives as elitist and interested only in a few. That's our problem. Not that, this is the irony. I disagree profoundly with those anti-democratic right-wing populist forces, but they're doing what they know how to do. The question is, are we responding? So I just would finish by saying there's a huge opportunity as the affordability issue has become the #1 concern in cities all over the world, and now even suburbs, other places. If progressive forces actually act in solidarity, obsessively on this issue, and I think Mamdani is doing this, if this is all we talk about, we'll see a change.
Okay, so I think we're going to have to leave it there, unless, of course, Mayor, unless you'd like to have the last word. I think between the two of you, you have written the playbook, solidarity plus practical solutions.
One example how things can go terribly wrong. We are discussing about green energy, and the main narrative is that it's free, so it's very cheap, so let's give the power to the people.
Yes.
Green energy. Then we promote renewables, and then people see the bills, and they are increased. They are increased.
Right.
So people then say, you were saying stupid things or something else is going on. The question is, no, because oligarchy decided and they controlled green energy. And even though it's free, it's very expensive when you are a consumer. So this is why we need to keep fighting for providing power to the people. Otherwise, even for cheap or free goods, we will have to pay a lot.
Okay. Well, I think we'll leave it there.
Water is the next.
Water is next.
Water is everything.
Next. And I know there's water.
Yeah, we're getting too much water today.
So, well, thank you so much. This has been a delightful conversation.
Okay. Please.
Here in Athens, the birthplace of democracy, citizens once gathered with a daring belief that reason, dialogue, and shared responsibility could light the path to a just future. Today, across centuries, we stand at another threshold. Beside us is a new force, artificial intelligence. It carries the promise to help us heal the planet's climate, to secure food and water, to extend health, knowledge, and opportunity to every corner of the earth. At its best, AI can be a force for good beyond imagination. But artificial intelligence is also a mirror. It will not only reflect what we build, it will magnify who we are. If we choose greed, it will deepen greed. If we choose wisdom, it will amplify wisdom. Its reflection will be the measure of our humanity. Like the Athenians before us, we must wrestle with freedom and responsibility. AI can sharpen our ability to listen, to deliberate, to unite, or it can distort truth, fracture trust, and silence the many for the power of the few. Its destiny is inseparable from our courage, our compassion, our accountability. The flame of democracy was lit here long ago, and now the fire is passed to us. Will we carry it into a new age? An age where human and artificial intelligence together advance the greater good of all? At the Athens Democracy Forum, we do not merely begin a new chapter. We step into history's gaze. For what we choose to write will echo far beyond our time.
Okay, everybody, we have come now to our parallel sessions. 3 of them are downstairs, so Bertelsmann Foundation, Democracy Online, the one supported by Kofi Annan Foundation on Economic Interdependence, and the one with, from Canadian Democracy Delegation on pluralism. Those 3 parallel sessions are happening downstairs. And the final one, which is Smart Cities, after this discussion that we've had, and supported by Lambda Development, is in the O2, Omega 2 room just around the corner. I think you all know where it is now. And then we'll be back here outside. Lumina Foundation is hosting a networking reception. And if it's not raining, we'll get to visit Aristotle's Lyceum, and then Google at the same time is doing a Teens and AI session at 4:45 p.m. Upstairs. So, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you again after quite a busy day of content, panels, thoughts. We are not at the Stoa of Attalos. This is the place we would have been, but it's under renovation. So in honor of what we do every year, where we go to Stoa of Attalos, we will leave this photo to be reminded of the ancient agora of Athens. However, we are, as you all know, right next to Aristotle's Lyceum. In fact, we could very well be standing on ruins of Aristotle's Lyceum, which is very appropriate for the delivery of the annual Aristotle address. And I'm very happy to say that tonight, Aristotle is a woman, Maria Ressa. But before we call on Aristotle, I would like to call on two special people to give us a welcome. Firstly, Angela Varela, who's the president of the Greek National Tourism Organization, and then Stephen Dunbar-Johnson, President International, the New York Times, will come and follow Angela. So I call on Ms. Varela.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to congratulate Achilleas Chaltas for his outstanding initiative to delve into cultural and meaningful matters that are the epicenter of public discussion all over the world. Dear all, so far, we have lived through the age of hyper-globalism, a time when low-cost flights and open borders were the norm. Nowadays, it seems that this era is gradually ending. We are witnessing the steady shift towards the de-globalization. Its effects on tourism are expected to be profound, challenging, and creating a more fragmented, yet potentially more meaningful industry. The new reality is being shaped by geopolitical tension, protectionism, and a focus on domestic security. For tourism, which I represent tonight, this transition presents both challenges and new opportunities. Our world is now experiencing emerging geopolitical tensions and trade conflicts, tightening visa restrictions as new barriers to long-haul international travel. When global relations are tight and cold, international travel becomes more expensive and complicated. As a result, we are seeing a shift to regionalism. Travelers are prioritizing short-haul trips and exploring their own or neighboring countries. This makes destinations more reliant on visitors from geopolitically aligned or neighboring countries. Traveler safety is the main concern. The memory of the global health crisis urges travelers towards trusted, predictable destinations, often within their own region or a recognized safe travel zone. Moreover, the economic distress emerging gradually is a serious factor. At the same time, though, it is an impediment for those who wish to travel and emerge in new destinations and be enriched by authentic experiences. The localization of supply chains, trade barriers, and airspace restrictions, such as rerouting flights due to conflict, directly contribute to higher operating costs for airlines and hotels. This reaction generates higher costs in respect to the cycle of journey, and specifically into more expensive ticket and package prices. Despite the restrictions, the traveler's mentality, though, and behavior is also changing. They are tired of package experience and are actively seeking authenticity and deeper cultural engagement. Maybe some of them, they wish their travel spend to support local communities, not global chains. Awareness of travel's negative impact on fragile destinations is driving the rise of slow tourism and the demand for responsible experiences. The fear of so-called over-tourism and the effects of climate change is now a key factor in destination choice. We should admit that this shift is not a setback. It is an evolution. The industry is responding with digital solutions and AI tools to streamline operations and create personalized, localized experiences, providing tourism resilience even in a less connected world. Dear all, the end of globalism means the end of easy travel, but it could be the dawn of a better travel. We must adapt to this new fragmented world by prioritizing regional partnerships, embedding sustainability, and celebrating the unique cultural identity of every single destination. If we can make travel meaningful and ethical, we can ensure the tourism industry not only survives this geopolitical shift, but also emerges stronger and more valuable to both the visitor and the host. But above all, we must talk to each other, enhance dialogue, resolve matters, exchange views, and never stop communicating between us. Thank you so much for your attention, and now let us welcome Stephen Dunbar Johnson, President International of New York Times. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Minister, Excellencies, aspiring ministers and prime ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a sincere pleasure and honor to stand here at this event in this very special place, the birth of democracy. The Athens Democracy Forum was conceived and founded by the New York Times 12 years ago. Now, under the custodianship of the Democracy and Culture Foundation, still in association with the Times, and with the faithful support of the City of Athens and of the Kofi Annan Foundation, it grows from strength to strength. I would like to congratulate Achilles and his team for how they have nurtured and developed the forum into what it is today. Of course, this gathering and all of Achilles and his team's work would not be possible without the support of the forum sponsors. And on behalf of the Athens, the Democracy and Culture Foundation, I would like to thank the headline sponsor, the Lumina Foundation, Google, and the Charles Kettering Foundation, and the goal sponsors, the Global Challenges Foundation and the Open Society Foundation and Microsoft, as well as all the others that have helped contribute to this event happening. The support of these sponsors has enabled this forum to extend far beyond this room, or the rooms in this building, into the special report in today's international edition of the New York Times. And there will be a follow-up report next week on October the 10th, distributed in more than 160 countries. So the theme of this year's gathering is New Visions for Hard Realities. Indeed, in the dozen years of the convening of the Athens Democracy Forum, the challenges and questions we confront seem to become more complex and fateful every year. The realities harder. I don't believe that when we first gathered in this glorious city, that we could have imagined a world in which a war is raging, uncontrolled, for the third year now in Europe. For those of us who have been fortunate enough to be born in the West in the post-war and post-Cold War era, what once seemed solid has become fluid. What we perhaps took for granted is now in question. is the period of peace, stability, and prosperity of the past 75 years that we've all enjoyed in the West a mere blip in history? This may seem melodramatic, but in a world in which the world's premier democracy is bitterly divided and consumed by the politics of vengeance and grievance, and where those traits seem to be metastasizing across many other democracies, I think it's a legitimate question. The basic presumptions upon which world order was restored 75 years ago, the participation of citizens, inviolable borders, the rules of law, human rights, the Bill of Rights, equality, accountability, transparency, multi-party systems, freedom of economy, free and fair elections, free courts, accepting election results are all under attack. In the limited time I have left here before Achilles ejects me from the stage, permit me, as a representative of the media, of a media organization, to touch on one of the core tenets interwoven into what holds these together: accountability and the role of a free and independent media. With the press weakened by economic crisis, the intermediation of tech platforms, and growing societal distrust, political leaders around the world have launched opportunistic and unprecedented attacks on the rights and legitimacy of the press. Those attacks have made the job of journalism even harder and more hazardous. Being a journalist striving to bear witness and report without fear and favor has been and is a hazardous endeavor in far too many parts of the world. The killing of journalists in Gaza, as Gideon Levy so powerfully highlighted last night, being a point in case. And there is no one that can bear testament to the hazards of bearing witness and holding power to account better than Maria Ressa, who I'm thrilled is here with us this evening. In recent years, my journalist colleagues at the Times have suffered injuries from landmines, car bombs, and helicopter crashes. They have been beaten by gangs, kidnapped by terrorists, and jailed by repressive governments. They have been tailed by government spies, had their communications constantly surveyed, and increasingly they are harassed and abused by torrents of threats and vitriol on social media. These attacks on the Times have been mirrored across a multitude of independent journalistic institutions striving to bear witness. Much of the attacks on journalists aim to ensure the press no longer commands the trust of the people it serves, a step that often presages a democracy losing its way. And frankly, they are achieving their objective, allowing powerful interests to craft alternative realities that are immunized against facts and truth. In liberal democracies today, we cannot take the protection of free speech and a free, independent media for granted. We perhaps need to do a better job of explaining why it's so important to protect the societies and freedoms we cherish. That the free press uncovers government corruption. It helps keep leaders honest, institutions trustworthy, and markets fair. The press helps ensure the medicines we rely on, the planes we fly on, and the banks we keep our money in are safe. It shows how forces like migration, growing inequality, and climate change threaten global stability, and explores and searches for solutions. Where you have a free press, you have the reliable flow of trustworthy information necessary for representative democracy. George Orwell, whose writings seem more pertinent than ever, said pithily, "Journalism is printing something that someone doesn't want printed. Everything else is public relations." Now, clearly, I am biased. After all, I represent a media organization. But as I stated earlier, it's a self-evident fact that democracy and a thriving press, free press, are codependent. Neither can survive without the other. And I can say with conviction that the New York Times will remain steadfast in its commitment to seek the truth without fear or favor. But I think it's incumbent on all of us that treasure our democracies and our freedoms, that we support plurality of voices and media organizations striving to provide independent public service journalism that seeks the truth, informs the public, and holds those in power to account in all of our countries and in all of our local communities. As Thomas Jefferson said 2.25 centuries ago, our citizens may be deceived for a while and have been deceived, but as long as the presses can be protected, we may trust them for light. That light has never been more important if we are to have a new vision for hard realities. Thank you. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure to welcome my colleague Liz Alderman and her glittering array of panelists to tackle the subject of rethinking change. Liz, over to you. Thank you.
Great. Well, Stephen was absolutely right when he described our panel as glittering. We do have a star-studded panel tonight, and you can see, their names up here, so I won't go through the introduction, but surely you're familiar with all of them. And I mean, as Stephen and Achilles also pointed out, I mean, perhaps there has been no more moment in time where it has been as timely to hold a conference on the future of democracy, the threats that democracy is facing right now. And one of the channels that we are seeing that operate through is actually global trade. And so this panel is actually kind of dear to my heart because as the European economics correspondent for the New York Times, my colleagues and I have been writing about this nonstop pretty much since the so-called Liberation Day on April 2nd, when President Trump held up a cardboard board indicating the punitive tariffs that he would be putting on not only countries like China, rivals, but also on many American allies. And so I'm really happy to have not only experts on the panel tonight, but people who've actually, in many ways, most of them been in the trenches dealing with the geopolitical and economic fallout of this, and trying to navigate through what U.S. Treasury Secretary called a policy of strategic uncertainty. So with that being said, Brando, you're next to me, but I'd love to start with you. Not only are you a member of the European Parliament, but you hold a very interesting position in that you are one of the key go-betweens for the European Union with the United States on trade. So it's only been 6 months. It feels like a lot longer than that. This far in, step back a little bit and tell us what you see as the economic and geopolitical impact of President Trump's effort to rewire global trade through tariff policy.
Well, first of all, I have to say the big issue in these weeks and months have been the unpredictability. In fact, we have seen a humiliating series of declarations coming from President Trump that were dismantling the negotiations ongoing or even acquired the results in the discussions between the European negotiators and the American counterparts. In fact, you could even see that after the humiliating, in my view, meeting in Scotland when the EU had to go outside the European Union to meet in a golf club of Trump to make an agreement. Just a few weeks after, literally tons of products that were not included as to be put into the super tariff of 50% that is linked to the steel and aluminium were suddenly included in the list, and so a big hit was put on the economy of the EU outside the deal that was just discussed a few days before. So unpredictability, uncertainty, and untrustworthy context is the most significant problem, because a good deal or a bad deal can be discussed. We will discuss that also as European Parliament. We will work around some elements that link to the title of this panel, Rethinking Trade, the End of Globalism. In fact, we still think we need some global set of rules, and we will fight so that the agreements that we are making under a big pressure, it's not only me saying it, but the Trade Director General of the European Commission has been saying in the Strategic Forum of Bled that this was not a normal trade agreement or trade negotiation. It was done under extreme political pressure, nowhere to be seen in other contexts. But as I said, we will, for example, work so that any agreement that we make will be made not permanent, so it will be renegotiable in some time. Why I'm saying this? Because this is something that would make it more WTO compatible. Do I think that the WTO is still alive? Not very much, because in fact, it was not working even before Trump. Now it's being hit again, and in general, the idea of having common rules for trade is under extreme attack, and this is a fact. But I think that this doesn't mean that we should abandon the idea of having a global set of rules, and so we will continue fighting for having clarity, having a set of rules that can be applicable to everyone, to all our trading partners. And in fact, I think that with the many countries in the world, starting from the other G7 countries, the G20, and the rest of the world that wants to build some basic common rules to create stability and to create some certainty in this very uncertain context, we will fight for getting that through, and not accept a situation where every day we wake up waiting for declarations that can change everything again and again.
Yeah, I think there are many people who hope that that is a world that we will see, but that's an issue that I want to get back to in our discussion. In particular, can you really succeed at that when you basically have a country that represents almost 25% of the global economy that doesn't want to play along right now? Christia, so great to have you with us tonight. Thanks for coming all the way from Canada. Now, you've actually seen this before because even though, and by the way, congratulations on your new role. You were just appointed to be the special representative for the reconstruction of Ukraine. But certainly before that, obviously, you have been in Canadian politics for a long time. You were previously the Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, and the Trade Minister. And so back in 2018, if I remember correctly, you had sort of your first brush with under the first Trump presidency when he put tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. Now, you know, with the second presidency, we saw that Canada was really one of the first countries in his crosshairs. So I'm curious, first of all, how is the way that Donald Trump how is the way that he is operating on tariff policy different today than what you experienced during the first presidency? And what is Canada doing basically to navigate through that uncertainty and to build up a resilience for the future?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Liz. Thanks for the introduction, and it is great to be here. Listening to your question, I'm reminded of something very nice about being Canadian, which is we have trade deals with every country represented on this panel. We have a trade deal with the EU, which I negotiated, very important deal for us. Thank you very much. European Union. We have a trade deal with South Korea, negotiated by the previous government, supported by my party when we were in opposition. Thank you very much. And we do have a trade deal with the United States, which was actually Donald Trump's trade deal supported by Nancy Pelosi. It may be one of the only things that Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi both supported. That's pretty good. I want to just start by commenting on something that Brando said about the uncertainty and how problematic that is. And there was a moment in our first NAFTA negotiations when we were having a negotiation, and the Canadian side was talking about a measure we wanted in the deal to introduce more certainty. And the answer we got from across the table was, no, we want uncertainty because we want to discourage investors from investing anywhere other than the United States. And
so there is something to strategic uncertainty.
So for me, that is not news. What I would say, though, is when I talk to American business leaders and American investors, they are starting to find the uncertainty very troubling because the uncertainty applies to them too. U.S. companies depend on trade from the rest of the world. And if they have no idea what kind of tariffs their inputs are going to be subject to, it makes them much harder to make decisions. So I think the uncertainty cuts both ways. I'll just make sort of two more comments. I think the first one is, dear Europeans, you guys are great. I think you may not realize quite how remarkable the European Union is and quite how important the EU is right now. There is this idea, John Winthrop talked about the city on a hill. I think you guys right now are the city on the hill. Certainly when it comes to a rules-based international order. And I really hope that the Europeans here, that you will sort of have the courage of your convictions and really know that there are a lot of countries in the world looking to Europe, keen to support you, keen to help you in that endeavor. And I think it starts with trade. And then the final thing I want to say is just about the United States. Something that we as Canadians, with the world's longest unmilitarized border is the border between Canada and the United States. To give you a sense of the closeness of the relationship, it actually runs through a library. This is true. You can go just walking across a room in the library. You're part of, some of the books are in Canada, some of the books are in the United States. So we have a very close relationship. And one thing that we have been saying to our American partners is, we've been your partners for such a long time. We are a security ally. The fact that Canada that you have the world's longest undefended border with Canada, that you have that security, is a big reason the United States has been so successful. The fact that the United States has such a strong partnership with the EU, with South Korea. And the thing that I think is important for us, the historic friends and allies of the United States, to be sure our American partners understand, is that this uncertainty, what Brando has described as these episodes of humiliation, these measures which are put in place on the grounds of national security, so that we are actually maybe not a national security partner, they put a real strain on that partnership, which has been at the heart of not just the rules-based international order that we put in place at the end of the Second World War, I would say of the flourishing of democracy and prosperity over the past 80 years. And I think it's important for our American friends to know that that erosion is happening.
Yeah. So, Brando, you have your work cut out for you for sure. On that point, Mary Beth, I mean, you're the Deputy Secretary General at the OECD. You're also, have long time been a career diplomat with the State Department. At one point, you were practicing international trade law. Just bouncing back for a moment to the issue of uncertainty and the impact that has had economically. The OECD has been putting out a series of reports essentially chronicling how, contrary to the promise that this would create prosperity, that it's actually dealing a blow to global growth, and in particular to the future of economic growth in the United States. Can you talk a little bit about how that uncertainty is impacting on an economic level, and in particular also global business investment, with companies really having to figure out, how do I deal with this when I've got a 25% tariff here, 15% tariff there, or whatever?
No, thank you, and it's really a pleasure to be here. At the OECD, we very much pride ourselves on the data and the analysis and really digging into these issues. So it's safe to say that some of our folks have never been busier, because there is a lot right now that is changing very quickly, and it bears really analyzing. So to put it mildly, this is a moment of profound transformation. This post-World War II economic model, the economic international order that we've come to rely on, was and has been increasingly built on openness and a rules-based trading system. All of that is under pressure right now. What we have is a really complex mix of tariffs, economic fragmentation, rule fragmentation, great state intervention, strategic rivalry, increasing concerns about economic security. It just goes on. And all of this is reshaping how countries and corporations are engaging in the international economic order right now. The answer is we don't know the full effect of these tariffs yet, because they haven't truly been felt fully yet. We've had this on-again, off-again nature with so many changes being announced and then phasing of some of them being announced. Initially, companies absorbed a lot of these tariff increases, but that is not sustainable. And it's becoming increasingly visible that the tariffs are starting to be felt, not just in the United States, but around the world, when we look at the spending choices of consumers, when we look at labor markets, and when we look at basic consumer price index and how that is starting to really evolve. So the immediate effect of the tariffs has been greater uncertainty, and that's exactly what the investment climate does not want. For the larger economies, we've been able to see that this means a slower amount of investment and more expensive imports. But when you look at the smaller economies, it really can translate into hardship, actual hardship for citizens, because they have much less fiscal space with which to maneuver at the macroeconomic level, and because these smaller economies are much more exposed when the global rules start breaking down. So with all of the heightened geopolitical tensions, what we're really starting to focus on is the concerns, and they're very real concerns, about resilience in the system and about the structure of global supply chains. So when we start seeing this look and really price out the points in global value chains, it's not just hitting countries where we have, the United States raising tariffs against Canada, because there are so many countries and so many economies that contribute pieces of that global value chain, even if the ultimate goods are assembled in Canada, because we, as major economies, are importing from all over the world to make that global value chain. So this really is having global impact. Yeah. Now, I wouldn't be representing the OECD very well if I didn't give you a few actual statistics, but I promise not very many.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so what we've seen is that for global growth, it has been more resilient than we anticipated. And at first, that was a bit confusing when we start thinking about that. We're moderating right now global growth. 3.3% was what we had in 2024, and we're looking at 2.9% global growth 2026. But that is based on the fact that so much of this is been stockpiling trade, right? We've been able to really weather the storm better initially than we expected. And the economic outlook that the OECD produced for the first half of 2025 shows that. It's stronger than expected. But all of those inputs are based on short-term factors.
Things are going to slow.
Things are going to change. That is absolutely
I would love for you, let's come back to that because we want to get into that in a little bit more detail. It's totally relevant to painting, the bigger picture of what's going on. So that's great. And as has been mentioned, the tariff uncertainty is hitting, obviously, not only Europe, Canada, but other parts of the world as well. And I'm really happy to have Jae-Young Lee, otherwise known as Elliot, with us tonight. I really appreciate you being here. Victor Gao was not able to make it, but it's really great because, Asia also has had a very strong relationship with the United States for such a long time. But South Korea is an interesting kind of case study about the way these tariffs are about the way the United States is using the tariff policy right now. Back in July, Donald Trump said that he was going to put 25% tariffs on South Korean imports and higher tariffs on certain other imports, including steel and cars and whatnot. But then a deal was worked out where that tariff rate would be lowered to 15% on the condition that South Korea pay $350 billion up front to the United States in immediate investments that the United States would control. And now the government is basically saying there's no way we can put up that kind of money without going into a financial crisis. So, Elliot, were previously in the South Korean parliament. You are with the Conservative Party. You're a professor now. But tell us a little bit about how this entire scenario has painted South Korea into a corner. And is it forcing, what types of hard choices is it forcing South Korea to make?
Well, whenever we talk about Trump, we talk about how crazy he is. But I'm just coming from a country that had martial law declared, had a president impeached, second time from my party, less than 10 years, imprisoned president, his wife is imprisoned, and we had a snap election. And my Conservative Party is completely destroyed at this moment. So, my, imagination, the boundary has been completely shattered, which means that, whatever Trump is doing, to me, from my perspective, it's relative. It's imaginable. Maybe it's not that crazy. But putting that joke aside, when we look at the tariffs, how Trump is using tariffs, I try to look at the recent history and I try to look at the bigger picture. So if you go back to Obama administration, there was that report revitalizing the American manufacturing in 2016, which was done under the Obama administration about reshoring. And then we moved on to Trump, and we had that up to 25% tariffs on China, on $370 billion, which was never been dropped by Biden administration. Even he redirected it so that he had a higher tariffs on batteries and some other items from China. And CHIPS Act, which again was supporting the reshoring and onshoring, the whole movement. And now we have a tariffs Trump. So if you look at 15 years or even 10 years of this recent American movement, if you look at the direction, it seems like what they've been trying to do is really bring the manufacturing back to their country. And they've been quite consistent whether it was left or right. So it had a pretty much a open precursor or trailer of where this was going. Now, obviously, some of the companies in Korea, large chaebols with assets and the means to do it, moving some of the manufacturing sites to United States. Samsung recently announced that they're going to increase the manufacturing, the fab in Texas. And that was announced in 21, and I think they broke the ground in 22. All done in the Biden administration with the CHIPS Act. So having said that, what Trump is doing, although the means are definitely different. I mean, Obama, Biden's been more of an incentives, providing funds to, bring the people back to the United States. And Trump, again, using the tariffs as a weapon, pressurizing or demonizing people who's trying to move outside. So it's different tactics, and obviously the tone and manner of what Trump is trying to say is uncomfortable. But looking at from 10,000 miles away from Korea, I think we're in a sort of different situation than maybe our friends from Canada or Europe or even from the United States, that we look at this as a national security issue. And we look at it as a national security issue in a sense that what has Korea done over the past half century? So if we're going to go back to what experts say, this is the second phase of the Cold War, it's about picking side. Are you going to go with the United States or are you going to go with China? And we have a long history with China. We have the North Korea right next door. We know what China has been doing for the past 20 years or 30 years, or recently, very provocative ways and means to handle their economy. The sheer amount of subsidies the government and Chinese government is putting in it's immense. And then obviously geopolitics is a very different situation. So
who are you going to choose?
Well, obviously, looking at what we've been achieving for that history, I think it's clear that we have to choose the United States. Now, having said that, we're not going to just listen to everything. We're pretty mad about $350 billion upfront investment. We can never afford it. So in that sense, we're kind of pissed off at our own government as well, just because we didn't understand why they would make such a promise of investing $350 billion when we had a tad over $400 billion in currency reserve. So I think, again, I think a lot of people are saying that we do not know the repercussion or the end result of what this tariff is going to be. We've only entered the phase. Uncertain is great. We're to be seen. But I think in Korea, I think we are, both left and right, are willing to work with what's there, the reality, facing the reality. Taking out all the noises and come up with the solutions to deal with Trump and this new order.
Right. And Christia, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think you make some excellent points, Elliot, and bringing in the security aspect in China is so important. And I think it is really important for us not to romanticize peak globalization. And to be clear, there were things that weren't working. And principal among them was the idea that China, the world's second largest economy, could be brought into this system while playing by completely different rules. And I think you're quite right, Elliot, to say a bipartisan consensus had emerged in the United States that this just wasn't working. I think the famous David Autor, Gordon Hanson, David Dorn paper on the China shock, I think that's real. And we saw US politics responding to that. What is challenging about right now is I think the United States was quite effectively building a partnership with its allies to deal with this situation. And you saw Ursula von der Leyen talk about strategic resilience. We had the idea of friendshoring being put forward, and that there would be closer trading relationships among allies who could rely on each other.
And less on the United
policy,
States. Yeah.
And a shared policy towards issues that I think we should have legitimate concerns about, like Chinese overcapacity in steel. Really important, and we can be more effective working together. And I think we were actually collectively doing a pretty good job of building policies and work on that. What is challenging about the current moment, to quote, I'm afraid I'm going to quote a piece that was published in the Wall Street Journal, Liz, by Bob Zellick, the former president of the World Bank. And Bob had this great line where he said, what is really paradoxical about the current situation is that America's allies are being faced with more pressure than the country that, at least in principle, America sees as the biggest challenge in trade relations.
Brando, I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, but I want to instead quote, in this case, the New York Times, because...
Thank you for doing that.
Because on the political nature of the tariffs, there was a very important editorial piece by President Lula recently on the front page of the New York Times. And in fact, what I wanted just to add to what was said that I agree on is that it's absurd that we do not work instead on the overcapacity, which is today the biggest concern for the European manufacturers, but also for the American ones. This overcapacity and flooding of especially the steel area, I know very well, that has been put in written in this agreement between the EU and US, the one of the 21st of August. There is a long paragraph about this point, that we should work in this, that there should be a steel union, but then nothing is happening. Instead, we are going backwards. When I say about uncertainty, is exactly that there was some step forward on this on paper, but in the practical terms, the US are not advancing on this. And this is absurd because it's a common concern in terms of the actions that we see coming from China. So there is a lot of space for cooperation also with Trump, US, but there must be the willingness to do that instead of just challenging the allies to try to, if I may say, in the case of Europe, blackmail us for the security concerns, for our inability to actually have our own defense and security in place without the support of the American side, and using that to obtain unilateral concessions on various areas, including the trade part.
I'm going to come in if I could, because despite the headlines, whether you're reading the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times or any other paper, there are a lot of headlines these days about trade. But despite the headlines, the reality is that the multilateral trading system continues to anchor the global economy. That's just the reality, right? The WTO rules remain indispensable. Every single day, we have billions of dollars of trade that is crossing borders following the multilateral trade rules that have been negotiated in place. And that system is far from perfect, right? We know we need to improve it, but it is still governing about 74% of the world's trade volumes on a daily basis. So we've got to work on it and build on it, but it is still holding for the moment.
I just have to caution us. I know you're not suggesting complacency, but I think the challenge is very real, and the pressure that I fear that is coming is when the world's biggest economy pursues a protectionist approach, it is very hard for the rest of the world not to follow suit. And that, I'm sure, is internal pressure in all of our economies to do the same thing. So I think it's important for us not to understate the magnitude of the challenge to the global trading system.
Yeah. So let me just, we're going to have about 5 minutes or so for questions. So please get your questions ready and raise your hand if you have a question so that we can bring the microphone to you. It's kind of hard to see anybody from here under the spotlight. But before I turn it over to you guys, I mean, this brings me to one of the questions that I would love it if you could answer pretty quickly. I can't say Twitter headline anymore, like X headline style, popcorn style, and that is, so given everything that you all just said, if you had to predict, what will the global trading map look like 10 years from now? Will it be dominated by these big regional blocks? Will the United States actually wind up kind of isolated because everybody's trying to form stronger alliances among themselves, so it's not, even though America is a huge market, will a new form of globalism emerge?
In my view, there probably will be more protectionism overall, but this could be contained and could be done in a reasonable way. And also there could still be international rules, because as I said, I am fighting with other colleagues so that the agreements we made with the US are temporary, interim agreements, so that in some time there might be a new political situation and we can renegotiate and maybe send a different message, a different direction, because I agree that this can have lasting effects on the overall approach to trade at the global level.
Okay. Christia?
Maybe surprisingly, I'm going to try to be an optimist.
We need that.
And I've been reading a lot of commentary from Europeans and Americans in the interwar period. And people who are not economic historians might be surprised to be reminded that Keynes actually was a protectionist during that period. And he talked about how actually World War I showed that we had peak globalization. It didn't work. What we need is national economic self-sufficiency. Well, then there was a Great Depression and a Second World War, and he changed his mind, and we rebuilt globalization. Kind of a sad story to tell for an optimistic conclusion. But my point here is trade actually works. Trade, if you do it right with partners who are following the same rules, and I would say with partners who have security relationships with each other, trust each other, that makes everybody richer. And, as a former finance minister, if you have a policy that doesn't cost you any money and is going to increase the size of your economy, that's a pretty fantastic policy, and that's basically what trade deals do.
Elliot, are you, sorry.
So I'm just going to say, so I actually have confidence that the force of gravity of that economic reality is going to bring us all, including the United States, back.
Elliot, I can't tell from the look on your face whether you're that optimistic or not.
So the reason I was a bit blunt about, Trump's this posture is that because I don't worry that much. I think the global trade is there, like she said. It's the sheer size of it is just it cannot go away. Mm-hmm. Plus, I think this situation will create new opportunities for countries to form different types of coalitions. I think it's going to have, and it's impossible to restructure the supply chain in this moment. And not everything can go to the United States. So I think, again, global trade is live. I think it's going to be still 10 years from now.
Yeah.
Be surprisingly very resilient in terms of how much it's contributing to the global economy.
All right.
I'm gonna go with Elliot here. This is not a story about the end of globalism. Like, trade is too dominant. We've all gotten too dependent upon it because we want to be able to be connected and have all the things from all over the world. Yeah. But I'm hoping that as we hear, every crisis is an opportunity. And I am hoping that this is the opportunity where countries can come together with or without the United States right now. They can come together and really work on fixing the system because it does need to be more open, more inclusive, and far more sustainable.
Great. All right. Now we've got time for maybe one or two quick questions from the audience. Can somebody hand out microphones? I can't see. I see a lady over there whose hand is up. And a gentleman over there. And that's unfortunately all we're going to have time for. But so let's give this lady a microphone and the gentleman as well. Are there microphones? You
want me to start?
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Maybe just shout your question.
You talked about steel over. Yeah, I'm fine. The flip-ups.
We're going to be on our feet.
You talked about steel overcapacity as one of the issues countries should be tackling, but there's obviously a far bigger reform agenda for the WTO. What do you think it should focus on?
Who wants to take that one really quickly?
I'll start by saying I actually think the beginning is to do plurilateral deals and to have groups of like-minded countries do deals on issues where their interests are fully aligned.
Yeah. I agree. I'm working on the one, for example, on e-commerce, and I think we should go on in this direction because we cannot accept a paralysis. Instead, I see interest for going on. So let's go on and overcome this kind of stalling, of veto situation.
Yes, sir, you had a question. Yeah, is there? All right. Over here.
There we go.
It's a very important question he's running. I love that.
Thank you so much. So my question here is, do you think in a bigger picture the situation is a preparation or a process of entering a multipolar world? In another word, when we see the United States attacking its closest partners, where they're breaking the stereotype of the axis of East and West, do you see this as part of entering a multipolar world era? And do you think the other partners or the rest of the globe can take it as an opportunity and make it an inclusive and healthy multipolar world era, and not switching from two axes, West and East, to another axis, for example, China and Iran and Russia? So
is the question
in a bigger picture,
whether we're headed toward a multipolar world?
Yeah, so
yeah.
Is this trade war, is it a part of entering a multipolar world era? Mm-hmm. And if yes, how we can make sure this multipolar world era is safe, that we can shift from two axes to multipolar world for real, not to shifting from two axes to other two axes, such as like Russia, China, and Iran.
Thank you. Who would like to answer that one?
The risk I see is that we end up with just a world of spheres of influence. I think this is the idea behind some of what we see, that we do not have a multipolar world, but we have a few hegemonic powers that actually dominate parts of the world. I suspect that this is an idea that is somehow liked by President Trump, and that is bringing him to establish certain relationships with other leaders. But this is not the multipolar world. I think the multipolar world to exist and could be a good idea. I am personally a European federalist, so I'm in favor of the emergence of various poles in the world that can be more and more united and have a dialogue on an equal basis. But to do that, we need to restore a form of world order, of international rule of law. That is not the case of today, but I think Europe and those that believe in the same way should work together in this direction. The alternative is spheres of influence based on power, on threatening, on sometimes even blackmailing.
Great. Well, thank you. And let's.
And I was just going to say,
quick last word.
We did have a multipolar world in the 19th century, the Concert of Nations, right? And that wasn't so great. So I am, as a person from a middle power, all for many different countries having a voice, but I think we should not overlook how powerful the key rules of the global game that were established after World War II were. And we should fight really hard to maintain them.
Well, we will end on that optimistic note, and also seconding Mary Beth's comment that, you know, sometimes these challenges do bring a huge new opportunity if used the right way. Thanks to all of our panelists for a really great discussion. I hope you guys got a lot out of it, and I'll welcome Achilles up to introduce our next round. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Liz, Brando, Christia, Elliot, and Mary Beth. This was an excellent panel. Thank you. I'm not sure that we completely answered the question whether this is the end of globalism, but I fear that we might need an oracle for that answer. And talking about oracles, there's another oracle that whispered in my ear. Probably there were more oracles than the Delphi. There's one situated here at the Aristotle Lyceum, none other than Mary Kardaras from Demos Center, who's just told me that today it's Aristotle's birthday. But not Aristotle. It is Maria Aristotle Ressa's birthday. So, as I call on to Maria Ressa to deliver the 2025 Aristotle address, I think we should all sing Happy Birthday. Maria, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Aristotle. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, that was a little bit horrifying, but thank you. Thank you so much, my gosh. Okay, I'll start with the really depressing stuff first, and then end with the positives, right? If you've heard me before, you know that this is democracy's existential moment. And it's one that Aristotle, the real one, would not recognize because we couldn't have imagined it. The dangers that he could never have imagined that technology has brought about with such speed and scale. 72% of the world is now under authoritarian rule. Rolling it back to 1978, that's VDEM. We are, each of us in democracies, electing illiberal leaders democratically. At the Nobel Lecture in 2021, I said that an atom bomb exploded in our information ecosystem, and it has silently destroyed and continues to destroy the foundations democracy requires to survive. Aristotle warned that democracies decay when demagogues exploit popular passions. Those words are so... Today, that decay is machine. It's algorithmically engineered. Technology platforms have become weapons of mass destruction to democracy. From a 2018 MIT study on social media, lies spread 6 times faster. That's 2018, before Elon Musk bought Twitter and turned it to X. And our data in the Philippines in 2017 showed that women were attacked at least 10 times more than men, but that these lies spread even faster if you lace it with fear, anger, and hate. We have seen it everywhere around the world. Online violence is real-world violence. And the three sentences that I've said over and over since 2016. Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these three, we have no shared reality. You cannot have journalism. You cannot have democracy. Aristotle identified this shared reality as essential to democracy. He called it a common understanding that allows citizens to debate and find the common good. That's what we're missing, our shared reality. Today, we live with impunity in both the physical world, where wars rage from Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, Myanmar, you name it, and to the virtual world, where our minds and our emotions are manipulated for profit. This is, you heard this earlier, but this is the deadliest period for journalists in recorded history. More than 240 killed in Gaza. Gaza alone, more than all the journalists who died in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the former Yugoslavia combined. Journalists are being targeted and killed with impunity. When platforms thumb the scale of distribution, when algorithms carry out editorial agendas programmed with coded bias, we face oligarchy, we started calling them brawligarchies, wearing democracy's mask, power concentrated in the hands of the unelected few who are manipulating the many, those of us, at unprecedented scale. Aristotle argued that democracy requires citizens who look beyond self-interest for the common good. He says, we cultivate virtue. But how do we do that when big tech controls and corrupts our public information ecosystem? What does civic engagement look like in the age of exponential lies? I go back to Aristotle, and I was told that he walked these grounds, right? He called it, the answer begins, he said, with parrhesia, speaking truth boldly, even at personal risk. That's the role of journalists. We hold the line because democracy depends on those willing to speak truth when power demands silence. I joke all the time that in the Philippines, when I wrote How to Stand Up to a Dictator, the chilling effect was Siberia. It wasn't chilling anymore, and it's really sad to see that moving in every other part of the world. There are costs to speaking, and you know this. In 14 months, the Duterte administration filed 11 criminal charges against me. I began to workflow posting bail. It's nearly a decade later. I've won 10 of the 11 charges, but I still need Supreme Court approval to travel, to be here with you today. But I'm not in jail. So don't listen when your lawyers tell you you're being foolish. And I'm not only here, where's Duterte? In March this year, he was arrested for alleged crimes against humanity, and he is waiting for his trial. He is in detention at The Hague, waiting for his trial. Impunity can have, impunity can end. Today, I would argue that since the attacks are happening at the cellular level of a democracy, at every person in every democracy around the world, every person in this room, that the response has to start with you. And that's the question I asked in my book, How to Stand Up to a Dictator, right? It was a very simple question, and I had to confront that question, and I ask you to confront it. What are you willing to sacrifice for the truth? Because impunity breaks down into 3 battles. I'll give you 3 battles and 3 solutions, right? First, the battle for truth and trust. When lies spread 6 times faster than facts, when journalists are murdered to kill the witness, truth itself is under siege. Platform accountability is not censorship, it's democracy's immune system. 2, the battle for human agency. Are you really independently choosing things? Algorithms reward outrage over empathy, hijacking our biology for profit. They trap us in confirmation bubbles, making enemies of neighbors. These are not inevitable. They're conscious design choices that are meant to keep you scrolling to make more money, right? We can design for human dignity instead of big tech profit. 3, the battle for the future. Will we be governed by rule of law or by dictators and kleptocrats? Will artificial intelligence augment human potential or replace human judgment? The mother of all battles is information integrity, seeing the difference between fact and fiction, creating a shared reality. If we win that battle for information integrity, we can win the rest. But if we lose that, we lose it all. No climate change, science, right? All of this goes away. The solutions, I'm not going to leave you depressed before we go into our questions. Solution 1, 3 battles, 3 solutions. Journalism reimagined. This is brought to you partly with the New York Times, right? But we have to return to our fundamental mission, serving the public, not platforms, choosing verification over virality, to build communities of trust, that word, the communities of trust, where facts matter more than clicks. Second, technology, accountability, and I use these words, radical collaboration. We need public interest technology and federated networks of trusted news organizations. One news organization can't make it alone now, right? At Rappler, we built an open source, decentralized Matrix Protocol chat app. Matrix Protocol is used by France and Germany, countries that care about data privacy. All their government websites are on the Matrix Protocol. It allows real people to communicate without algorithmic manipulation. We need to stop begging big tech to actually trust, to bring trust back by rooting us in facts. We need to build our own infrastructure for truth. Governments, you heard this a little earlier, governments need to recognize that public interest technology is critical defensive architecture. Just as countries invest in military defense and cybersecurity, they must invest in defending the information infrastructure. Democracy requires it. Treat information integrity as a matter of national security, because it is. We need binding international standards to defend information integrity, just as we have for nuclear weapons and climate change. This is not a free speech issue, these regulations. This is a public safety issue, the same way you have public safety codes for buildings, right? This is public safety. Third, global investment in systemic solutions. Let's stop playing whack-a-mole. I co-chair the International Fund for Public Interest Media, bringing immediate help to journalism, journalist organizations in the Global South. But it isn't just the billions in the Global South that are suffering today, it is the entire world. If trends are not reversed, we could see the death of small and medium-sized news organizations around the world within 6 to 8 months. Last week at the UN, we saw seeds of new multilateralism. 2 years ago, 35 nations, led by Canada and the Netherlands, signed a global declaration on information integrity online. This year, 20 nations, led by Chile and Brazil, Latin America, brought that online into the real world. What happens in the virtual world does not stay in the virtual world, right? Got to bring it into the real world. Let me talk about this as I close, the battle for humanity's soul. Technology has enabled impunity. It's created an epidemic of loneliness, bringing out the worst of who we are as people. We now fight for the soul of humanity itself. In every major world religion, and yes, I'm walking into religion, the battle isn't out there in all of our religions. It's actually inside. It's in you, in your conscience. So you go back to that one question. What are you willing to sacrifice for the truth? In every authoritarian playbook, the pattern is the same. Use technology to spread lies, attack the press, capture the courts, divide society. Make it so civic engagement can't exist because the facts, they don't know what the facts are. We've seen this assault happen worldwide. But we've also seen when citizens defend democracy. We've seen in my country, in Brazil, I joke that we've moved from hell to purgatory, while some countries are going to hell. It can get better. The fight for facts is the defense of freedom. The fight for truth is the defense of justice. We are standing on the rubble of the world that was. If you accept that, then you can begin to see the world as it is and begin to imagine and create the world you want. That's this moment. So please, please, jump in, act now, before it's too late. Thank you.
Please welcome Farah Nairi to the stage. Thank you, Maria.
I think he took the mic.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Can we ask for the mic back?
We need a microphone.
Silencing of speech. Thank you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, delighted to be here with you, absolutely overjoyed. I don't want to turn my back to anyone, and delighted to be here with Maria. What an honor for me. May I start by wishing Maria a happy birthday, very happy birthday again. If we had enough advance notice, there would be a cake and candles, but unfortunately we only just...
Too many candles on it though, right?
Yeah, no. I wanted to ask my first question about your book. A year after winning the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021, you published a book titled How to Stand Up to a Dictator. For those of you in the audience who are we're getting ready to clash with a tyrant, this is a very good manual. It's a great manual with practical guides and tips on how to stand up to a dictator. It's also a really good read. I think I can plug Maria's book. I'm not plugging my own. And all the more so because the paperback is now out, and it's number 3 on the nonfiction New York Times bestseller list. So, hey. So that's a nice birthday present.
It was a
Anyway,
good
Maria, in the book you write that democracy is fragile, that we have to fight for every bit, every law, I'm quoting you, every safeguard, every institution, every story, that we must hold the line. But you also say, this is what many Westerners for whom democracy seems a given need to learn from us. This book is for anyone who might take democracy for granted, written by someone who never would. Since your book came out 3 years ago, it has become more apparent that to many Westerners, democracy has been a given and something that they may well have taken for granted. It's certainly suffering setbacks right now and in unexpected places. And I just wanted to ask you, what is your view of the state of democracy in the West?
My gosh, where to begin? I'm teaching in Columbia University this time, right? So I started teaching in 2023 because I began to think that ground zero was moving to the United States. And it did. If you look at every Democratic leader today, they're under constant attack. And I'll say this, if you look at it online, it's almost like every leader we have is standing on wood and there's termites eating the wood. I call it information warfare, right? I mean, that's the impact on the leader. So what's the state of democracy today? Fragile, about to break. The last 2 minutes of a basketball game, right? So it's part of the reason, last year there were 74 major elections around the world. And I think I accepted every single speech because I wanted to talk to the people who would be voting, to tell them not to rely on this, to tell them to go and do what you can now. So that's it. This is the moment. You heard me just say it. If you're still hiding, if you're still ducking, thinking that it doesn't affect you, oh, it soon will.
Yeah, sobering words. In a stirring speech that Maria gave last week at the UN General Assembly, I urge you to go to YouTube or wherever and listen to it. You sounded alarm bells about the state of journalism, which is your profession, but also mine. You said news organizations have lost their gatekeeping power because an atom bomb called social media had exploded in the information ecosystem, an atom bomb. And you described it as an information Armageddon. Really, really big, powerful words, where lies spread 6 times faster than facts. Now, how do you see the future of journalism, which is the business we're both in?
If journalism dies, democracy dies, right? That's a direct connection, and that's the Norwegian Nobel Committee. But let me phrase it this way. Let me say I am an optimist, right? And so when I was writing that speech for the UN, I couldn't decide whether to use the moment, to describe the moment as an information Armageddon, an information Armageddon, or an information apocalypse. Because I'm an optimist, I chose Armageddon, right? Because an apocalypse, the world ended. But Armageddon, you can still fight for it. So I am an optimist. And look, democracy and journalism, they go hand in hand. They're entwined. And I think some people have already checked out, have already said journalism is dead. You just have to look at the advertising numbers. Journalism, our business model is dead, but without journalism, what do we lose? It's funny because the median age in Rappler is 23 years old, and since I'm above 60, I'm 62 today, so and what better way to spend my birthday than to talk to you about democracy, right? And how we need to protect it. My team was saying, does the world really need journalists? Because they've staked so much of their life and their freedom at this. Journalists are not influencers, no offense, influencers. But we in Rappler, in order to do our jobs. We were ready to get jailed. Yeah, for over 100 years. At one point, that was cumulatively the sentence that all the cases had. But we looked at the worst case scenarios for us. What happens if we get shut down? What happens if we do this? Embrace your fear, and then workflow how you conquer whatever that worst thing is. And that's how we got to fighting for democracy. Because I think a decade from now, people are going to ask you, what did you do at that moment?
Oh, thank you. The long-standing motto of the New York Times, as you know, is without fear or favor. And certainly that is obviously your motto as well. As we've seen, you've shown yourself to be really fearless in your battle for democracy. How can someone in your position not have fear? How can you be so fearless, Maria?
So people ask this all the time, right? Like, where do you find courage? How can you be fearless? It's hard to answer that because it's not about that.
Yes, it is.
Well, think about it like this, right?
I mean, if they applied those sentences, you'd go to jail for more than 100 years. Okay. So, I mean, that's scary.
But let's talk about our standards and ethics and our values as journalists, right? Do you only carry them out when it's easy and you're not under attack? Or do you live them, right? And so for me, it wasn't one conscious decision. You know, I didn't say, I'm okay with this, I'm okay with this. What I did do was to take step by step the choices I had already made when I was much younger, the standards and ethics, the values I live by, and I just kept walking it. And the world changed around me. Like, when did it become, the moment I knew the world changed was the first time I got arrested, because I was like, oh my God, the world has really changed. But here's the thing, and I'm gonna go to a science fiction writer because I love science fiction and we're now living in a Black Mirror episode, right? Ursula Le Guin has this great quote, and I'm gonna paraphrase it slightly. You used to think that the mage, the older magician, right? You used to think that the mage, as you gain in power, would have many, many more choices in front of them. But the reality is that the older and wiser you get, the narrower the path becomes until you can only choose one. Every choice you've made when you were younger. So the moment you figure out who you are is the moment you fight for the values you believe in.
Excellent. It's nice to have you with us and not in a prison cell, let me tell you. Rodrigo Duterte, who I don't need to introduce, the former president of the Philippines, as you were saying moments earlier, was arrested last March. He is awaiting trial at the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. I don't need to recall his crimes. You know his crimes. And he's the biggest adversary that you've ever had. He is your nemesis. He's also the man whose relentless vendetta against you put you in the global spotlight. In fact, it may have led you to winning the Nobel Peace Prize. You would have won it perhaps anyway, but he helped. Sorry to say. So how do you feel now that he's in a jail cell in The Hague? You personally, you, Maria, the woman, versus Rodrigo, the man, sitting in jail. How do you feel about that?
Look, it was never personal for me, right? As a reporter, you know this. It's not a personal thing. When on July 8th, I still remember the days, I wake up and there's President Duterte on national television attacking me, one journalist. It's an asymmetrical warfare, but I just did my job. And what he did do, and this he will be tried for, is kill anywhere from what the police claims is about 8,000 people to, as of December 2018, what our Commission on Human Rights said was at least 28,000 people killed in a brutal drug war, right? People are getting killed, and I never would have understood this. You know, we look back at history and you go, what were people thinking? Why didn't they stop it? We are living through it now, right? history will come back to us. But how do I feel? It goes back to these big words. Impunity ends. That justice, rule of law, these words matter. And you cannot take them away without affecting each of our lives.
But you must have personal feelings about this guy. I want to hear your personal. What are you feeling, Maria?
He's so funny. I mean, look, as a person, I've interviewed him, right? He's like, people will say he's like the grandfather you want to have a beer with.
Really?
Weirdly enough, I mean, he flatters you. He tries to kind of, speak off the cuff about everything, and because he didn't follow what power's supposed to follow, he did. He seemed different, but when he took office, I looked at the 6 contradictions of this man and realized our country is not going to be the same. Let me add with how history changes in front of your eyes, right? You may not know our President Marcos today is the son of our former dictator, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who declared martial law in 1972 by
the
executive
husband of
order.
Imelda. Everyone's heard of Imelda and her shoes.
Yes. So this is his son, and we watch, in order for him to get elected on social media, history changed. It went from Marcos the kleptocrat, the father, who was kicked out in a people power revolt, to the greatest leader the Philippines has ever known. It's very easy to change history in front of your eyes on social media. And with generative AI, it gets even easier, right? So here's the thing. He's done better than people had expected. So what does that show us about where history will lead us? It's fascinating to be here at the birthplace of democracy and to feel like maybe it is a cycle of history, but this cycle, we're fighting machines, and that will require more from us than the ones ahead of us.
Thank you, Maria. Sadly, I
didn't answer your question, did I? How do I feel? Justice for now. Let's get the trial out. Let's go.
That's a good answer. Unfortunately, much as I would have liked to have 3 or 4 hours with you, I only have 1 more minute. And so I wanted to finish on a question, again, a little bit personal, nothing too private. I'd like to know, Maria, if in your life you have these projects or things that you'd like to do that you haven't been able to do yet. What is still left for Maria Ressa to do?
Oh my gosh. I play 8 musical instruments.
Which one? 8?
Yeah,
okay.
I play the piano, but almost every string instrument, because I wanted to be the concert mistress of our orchestra, right?
So we can play duets.
What things I would love, was hoping the 2024 elections would push us into a new trend. It's part of the reason I kept running, right? And now we're in a little darker place, Europe in particular, so much is on your shoulders. I'm hoping that I can actually go back to music. Here's the last part. In order to get through this moment, I think it's thinking fast, thinking slow. And we journalists have you always on thinking slow. We're the artists and the humanitarians who will inspire us to move to protect democracy at this moment.
Okay, I still have another question. Sorry. Because listening to you, I ask you, how do you feel? You give these fantastic they're very, very eloquent, but you give these answers that are kind of diplomatic, to many questions. And have you ever thought of being a politician?
Oh my God, no, thanks. No, but part of this
Why not?
Look, I love the tech. I sound like I hate technology. I'm not a Luddite. Everything I told you is backed by data. This again, the Black Mirror episode, the part that keeps me inspired. Here's what I want to do next, right? How can we use the data and technology for good? And you have some of those instances now, but overwhelmingly, profit has driven that motive, and that's been left behind. So that's my goal. We hope to, yeah, sorry. I don't really have a life outside of what we're doing right now. What can I tell you? No, Rappler. That's my other life.
Great. Thank you so much, Maria. You've been a terrific.
Thank you.
Dear Maria, this is the most heartwarming and inspiring gift you could have given us on your birthday. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in person. I remember it was 2021, and Maria was on her way to Athens Democracy Forum, and she was stopped by police while she was boarding the plane. So it's such a joy to have her in person in 2025 for the Aristotle address. Ladies and gentlemen, it was 2017 when Kofi Annan delivered the first Aristotle address just a few blocks down from here in the presidential palace. And it was after that Aristotle address that we started talking with him about this idea of establishing an award. As we all know, the next year, unfortunately, Kofi Annan left us, and after a couple of years, it was the first act, or one of the first acts, of the executive director of the Kofi Annan Foundation to partner with us and to establish the Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize. The executive director of Kofi Annan Foundation, Corinne Momal-Vanian. Corinne.
Good evening, dear friends. It's really difficult to come on the stage after Maria Ressa, but at least I'm wearing the same. So I try to follow her in every way. Maybe it's because we're both 62 years old, actually. But most seriously, it's a real honor to be here tonight to introduce this year's Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize. And with our partners, the Democracy and Culture Foundation, we created this prize, as Achilles has said, to carry forward the vision of Kofi Annan, who reminded us here in Athens 8 years ago, in this very forum, that we must champion democracy always, and that we must never let authoritarians win by abdication. The young people honored through this prize are precisely such champions, and if there is one thing that they have shown us, is that they will never, ever abdicate. Kofi Annan also said, and I quote, "No one is born a good citizen, no nation is born a democracy," end of quote. Citizenship must be learned, nurtured, and practiced. Democracy must be built, defended, and renewed, generation after generation. We cannot take democracy for granted, and as has already been said several times tonight, I'm afraid our generation, my generation, has taken it for granted. This is why this prize focuses on young leaders who are shaping democracy today and for the future. Our first laureate, Namatai Kweza of Zimbabwe, has shown extraordinary courage in confronting repression and mobilizing young people to defend democratic rights. Our second, Omar Van Reenen of Namibia, has challenged discrimination and led the fight for equality and inclusion, reminding us that democracy and human rights are inseparable. This year, the prize goes to Julian Rodriguez Sastoque of Colombia, Others will shortly introduce him in detail, but allow me to say that his work embodies the same qualities we saw in Namatai and Omar: resilience, creativity, and an unshakable belief in the power of democratic participation. The prize, which comes with a monetary award and a one-year mentorship, is not only a recognition, but it's also an investment in the imagination and determination of a new generation that refuses to give up on democracy. I would like also to recognize that beyond Namatai and Omar and Julian, who will join me on stage soon, we have 4 other finalists of the 2025 Next Gen Democracy Award here in Athens at the forum this year. And this is extraordinary. I'm so happy that 4 of the finalists are here. Let me just cite them. There's Prince, who comes from Nepal, Erica from Portugal, Nicolene from the Philippines, and Sohee from South Korea. And they really all do an extraordinary job in their respective countries. So I'd like us to give them a round of applause. So now, please join me in celebrating the 2025 Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize and in welcoming the young leaders who continue to show us that the struggle for democracy is alive, is global, and is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. I quote, "This is against international law. The ICJ made a provisional ruling that any attempt to hinder humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law. We are complying with the request to make you accountable for the crime of genocide. The ICJ has your Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, under an arrest warrant for the crime of starving children and using starvation and famine as a weapon of war. Therefore, it is our moral duty to continue sailing. It is our moral duty to refuse any attempt by an occupying force to control humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people, who have their right to sovereignty, the right to self-determination. We request you to stand down, not commit another war crime, do not engage with our peaceful, non-violent humanitarian solidarity mission for the people in Gaza," end quote. These were the last words of Brazilian activist Thiago Avila, who last night was illegally abducted in international waters by the Israeli occupation forces, along with 500 other citizens from more than 46 countries on board the global Sumud flotillas, the largest humanitarian maritime mission in our history to break the siege in Gaza. And when our governments are complicit to genocide, and while the navies of Spain and Italy have turned their backs on international human rights law, the brave citizens on board the flotilla are our voice. We do not know where they are, we do not know if they are safe, we do not know if they are alive, but they have shown us that when the people are united, they will never be defeated, and that humanity will win when Palestine is free. Like the people on board the flotilla have stood against powerful systems of oppression and fascism and authoritarianism, so too are the change makers recognized by Kofi Annan's legacy, fearless leaders defending democracy. In Zimbabwe, we mobilize communities to protect civic space and hold autocracy to account. In Namibia, we uplift queer voices to resist democratic backsliding against state-sanctioned homophobia. And in Colombia, we empower young people in reconciliation and peace building. Like Kofi Annan, we inspire a generation to believe in the power of inclusive democracy. It is my deepest honor to stand here as the 2024 laureate of the Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize. When Queer Youth of Namibia received the award last year, it was more than a recognition. It was a responsibility. It reminded me that democracy is not inherited, it is defended. It is not given, it is built every day by ordinary citizens with extraordinary courage. From on-board flotillas in the Mediterranean seas heading to break the siege, to queer youth of Namibia fighting for liberation to ring in the halls of the Supreme Court. Defending democracy is not just based on unconditional respect for human rights. It is not a choice, but it is a necessity. And in Namibia, this award gave our youth-led movement the visibility and legitimacy to keep pushing for equality, even in the face of resistance. It opened doors to new allies, and it reminded our people that they are not alone, and that the world is watching, standing with us. The award fueled our petitions that ended up vetoing anti-LGBTQ bills, and the award supported the launch of 2 new civil rights cases, which we are going to win. The award is not just a prize, it is a torch lit by the legacy of Kofi Annan, carried forward by young leaders across continents, and passed from one generation to the next. Holding it for the past year has been both humbling and empowering. Standing on Namaitai's shoulders, whose bravery against arbitrary arrest and police brutality fueled me to believe that fighting for what's right is always worth it. So today, it is my honor to pass that torch to this year's laureate, whose work embodies the same spirit of fearless leadership and commitment to inclusive democracy. May this award continue to inspire us to protect freedom, to nurture dignity, to prove that democracy can be renewed by the energy, vision, and conviction of young people everywhere. So congratulations, my friend Julian. The torch to light up democracy in the spirit of Kofi Annan's legacy is now yours. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. You can respond. Fantastic. So I'm very excited to be here, not only as the inaugural Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize winner, but this time around as a committee member, as part of being the jury that was responsible for this particular selection. I start off with a quote from Kofi Annan, who said that you are never too young to lead, and you must never doubt your capacity to triumph for others if not. And the person that we are going to be presenting this award to is an individual who has triumphed where many have not. The process of this particular selection this year, as in many other years, has been very thorough and rigorous. To my understanding, we had over 100 nominations. So from the time that this award started, the numbers have significantly increased, which is showing the growing popularity of this particular award, but also an indication that we are not in a drought of young people who are doing exceptional work around advancing democracy around the world. Having said that, we had a team of experts who went on to then sift through all of these applications, and they were using the values of this particular award and the values that were embodied in Kofi Annan himself. And from all of these applications, they were narrowed down to 13. Now, of the 13, us, who were the jury and the selection committee, were invited to then go through. And I must say that these were some of the finest nominations we have seen. A clear indication that we are not in a drought of democracy actors and the future is in safe hands. So before I proceed to the next part of the selection process, I just wanted us to give a round of applause to the 13 who were shortlisted. Now, tonight we are focusing on Julian Rodriguez, who is from Colombia. And he is an exceptional young man who was selected particularly because of his impactful, traceable work, because he is a young person who has embodied the values and the ethos of what Kofi Annan stood for, and particularly because he represents a kind and type of courage that is absolutely remarkable and inspiring not only for young people in Colombia, but for young people across the world. Having said that, I would like to say that Julian will gravitate away from what was traditional. What has come before him is that we who are in civil society and who are activists are the previous awardees, but he is an active young politician, and that is an amazing gravitation away from what was traditional. So we are happy for him, who is actively involved in politics and actively involved in ensuring that his community is strengthened, and also he advances the work for young people in his country. I will end by saying that this is a full circle moment, and the legacy of Kofi Annan would definitely be continued. And it is our belief and hope that even as this award continues, we will continuously have more young people who are inspired to act, as we have seen Julian himself acting in his own country. I will stop here for now.
And it is now my honor and my great pleasure to ask Julian, our awardee for this year, to come on stage and receive his award.
The story of Namatai, of Omar, my own story, the story of all nominees, and the story of hundreds and thousands of young leaders around the world has been stories of improbable. Stories of hardship, of effort and persistence, stories of courage that against all odds managed to defend ideas, to mobilize others, and to achieve both small and great victories. Even when it means risks one's life, facing persecution, confronting corruption, and standing up for powerful interests. But these stories must cease to be improbable. It should be the very purpose of democracy to ensure that thousands of young people can embrace leadership as a way of life, without fear, with the necessary guarantees to can defend their causes, the freedom to transform reality and society. This recognition is not only about individual journeys, but about the collective power of a generation that refused to give up on democracy. Around the world, young people are showing that democracy is not an abstract ideal. It's a living practice from the classroom. It's a living practice in the communities, in the streets, and in every space when their voice had to be heard. And at the time when democracy's values are under threat, this is a reminder that the future of democracy depends on the courage, the imagination, and the persistence of young leaders everywhere. So we have a huge responsibility, and our creativity is the most important tool to can face the Century 21 challenges. Kalispera, good evening. I wish to express my gratitude for the organizers of this award, the Kofi Annan Foundation, Mr. Corinne and Mr. DeClean, the Democracy and Culture Foundation and its fantastic forum, Mr. Achilles, Mr. Skim. I want to say thank you to the New York Times, to the distinguished jury, to my teammate and soulmate, thank you for being here with me. And of course, to the airfield that I can feel for my peers, my mentors, my family, who have been constant source of strength and encouragement. These recognitions belongs as much to them as it does to me. Because leadership never is a solitary path. It's always sustained by a community. Above all, I want to dedicate this prize and award to the countless young leaders across the globe who continue to rise, often in silence without recognition, to defend freedom, justice, dignity. Your courage and convictions, your dreams transcend borders. This award is in truth a tribute to our resilience and our unbreakable ties of solidarity that connect us in the purpose for a more just and democratic world. Let it be an occasion to speak about my people, the people of Colombia, a mega diverse and beautiful country, a land of majestic mountains, the Amazonas rainforest, of shore washed by both Caribbean and Pacific Ocean, a land of warm people, hardworking and talented, such as Francisco Asilvino from Tejido Rebanca, two fantastic youth, entrepreneurs, and artisans who made this beautiful, unique handmade coat, a beautiful piece and suit named Ruana in Colombia that is inspired in the clothes that use our peasants and farmers to work every day to protect from cold, but also to keep warm our dreams. It has taken, for me, more than 20 hours to arrive here today, and 29 years, of course. But I come carrying stories worth sharing with you, of a generation determined to shape a different future. In Colombia, young people have historically been protagonists of democratic victories, often in the face of unimaginable adversity, for more than 60 years. 60 years. We face the hard-armed inter-conflict. And this occasion is an important moment to remember, to the victims. 9 million of people were victims of this conflict. A conflict that claimed countless lives, displaced millions, and left deep scars on our society. Entire generations grew up in the shadow of the violence, and young people in Colombia were often both victims and aggressors. And we are trying to change that part of our story, but it's important. Middle of the victims were under 30 years old. Even in those painful times, young people refused to stay quiet. In the last 35 years, we changed the constitutions 35 years ago. Organized student movements. We demand peace agreements and lead historical protests and mobilization that call for the end of a war and for the truth, the justice, the reconciliation, and the non-repetition of the violence. These achievements, born on the courage and the persistence, are a proof that even in the most difficult circumstances, democracy can be strengthened when youth are at its heart. So let's ask ourselves, if more than half of the world population is under 30, why is that only 2% of the world parliamentarians are under 20? Just the 2% in the goal. Imagine the power we could have. We could shake the world if we want, and if we choose it. This is an unfair reality for our generations. We are underrepresentations, and it's up to change it now. I learned that if we don't make the decisions, someone else will do it. If we don't vote, any other person choose our leaders, and maybe we won't make much sense to complain if we don't vote. And if realize something even bigger, if we don't make politics, if we don't talk about politics, politics will reach into every part of our lives. And I've dedicated the half of my life to activism and leadership, working with communities and with people. But I must say that making the transition from the youth activism, the youth leadership, to the political action, to becoming a politician, really young, has been the greatest challenge of my life. And the question, why I'm doing this? Why I'm in this crazy movie? Is many times inevitable. So please don't go into politics. This is a trap, people say, but I'm just kidding, of course. We can make politics. And it's an opportunity also to remind us, and we talk in this forum about that the human side of the politician is so important as the competence. But the truth is that I will not trade this stage for anything in my life. Activism is deeply inspiring, true, always difficult. But entering into politics without an important last name, without an important family, without traditional political structure, without wealth and a lot of money, it's so complex and could be terrifying, but it's possible, and we are demonstrating that. That's my history, and it's the story of many young people around the world who have challenged democracies long dominated by a few people, privileged people, the same people in the same seats in political corporation, and we are winning to them. I was born in Colombia, the capital, Bogotá. But that didn't make me privileged. My father is a driver, a responsible man. My mother is a dressmaker, extraordinarily talented. I'm the first person in my family to go to the university and graduate. And I know I went to public school and grew up in a neighborhood full of difficult stories and many needs. I know poverty and inequality, not because I study economics later, because I lived them. I understand the importance of peace, security, and protecting life, not because I make decisions and projects as counselor today, but because many of the people I grew up are no longer here with me, many of my friends. So the odds that someone with this kind of story could win an election and become the youngest member of the city council in the history of Bogotá, maybe it's not so probable, but we're trying to change that reality. Today I'm a member of the city council. I'm 29 years old, and it's my second term. I have won it 2 times the elections. And it's the main reason why I love what I do, because it means that many more, hundreds and thousands more of stories like mine can occupy a space of decision-making one day. And today I want to share with you part of what we are doing to make that goal possible before I end this speech. 10 years ago, I led and pushed for Colombia's youth citizen law, the first in our history, which created new rights and the national system of youth participation, and the most innovative mechanism in the world for youth, the youth councils, that allow citizens between 14 and 28 years vote and elect between them as local youth councilors in all the municipalities in Colombia, serving for 4 years as interlocutors with local governments. In the first election 4 years ago, we achieved over 12,000 young people elected from NGOs, political parties, independent candidates, and with guaranteed seats for indigenous, Afro-Colombian, and rural youth. As a counselor, I have always believed that civic education is the key to confronting the challenges that threaten democracy today. Training better citizens means promoting critical thinking, prevention misinformation, defending rights, working alongside institutions, not against the institutions, together with the institutions, and encouraging young people to actively participate even by running for public office, like our history. With the conviction, we create Más Jóvenes en Política, or in English, More Youth in Politics, a youth-led organization and a training platform in Colombia with over 400 young, talented leaderships. And for the past 5 years, I'm from the council in my seat, and this initiative, which have trained more than 20,000 citizens in leadership, peace and human rights, environmental leaderships, and special programs for young candidates. We cannot depend just on electoral processes. And for this reason, our mission is simple but powerful. It's to prepare a new generation of active citizens capable of shaping democracy and building long-term change. So I want to say to end that democracy faces serious threat: populism, authoritarianism, and the erosion of the trust on institutions. But history has shown that in moments of uncertainty, it is young people who bring courage, creativity, and the will to transform reality. That is why we must break the old paradigms that say we are too young to lead, that we are too young to decide, that we are too young to run, that we are too young to win or to change the world. Our age is not a limitation. Our age is a possibility. It's an opportunity. We can, of course we can, in any country in the world. So I want to invite you, and especially new generations, to take action, to raise your voices, to participate, to challenge what seems impossible, and to prove that democracy is strongest, as I said before, when youth are at its heart. Let us dare to imagine a world and build a future where freedom, justice, and equality are not just words, but realities. Because if democracy is to survive and bloom, it will be because young people refuse to give up and choose, instead, to lead. Because misinformation, authoritarianism, and violence are not going to win us. It's our time, and we need of all of you. But remember that democracy not just needs excellent politicians, especially needs excellent and good human beings. Thank you so much.
There is absolutely nothing I can say. Please join us in celebration of Julian and Maria Ressa and everybody really just outside.